criteria have been presented, then you'll have the usual 30 minutes to make comments. Vincent Musioka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a public petition number 011/2022 regarding pollution of River Athi. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the residents of Mwala constituency and Machakos County, draw the attention of the House to the following. That one, Article 42 of the Constitution of Kenya states that every person has the right to a clean and healthy environment. Two, that Article 62(1) of the Constitution defines all rivers as public land, while Article 69(1) mandates the state to establish systems of environmental impact assessment, environmental audit, and monitoring of the environment. That for several years now, River Athi has been blatantly polluted with heavy metals and harmful chemicals. That, Mr. Speaker, the discoloration of the river's water indicates that the pollution source is in Nairobi's downstream section, with various companies openly releasing their sewer and chemical waste into the river. That, Mr. Speaker, the pollution is a serious health hazard that exposes residents of Machakos County to infections such as cholera, skin infections, and dysentery. Mr. Speaker, especially in the view of the fact that most people consume the river's water directly. Mr. Speaker, that number of residents living along the river have already tested positively for cancer, which is directly linked to the presence of chemicals and heavy metals in the river. That further, the pollution is affecting hydroelectric projects initiated by the member from Mwala constituency that is meant to pump water for small-scale farming, since the use of the polluted water for irrigating vegetables and other plants predisposes residents to multiple diseases. Mr. Speaker, that efforts to have the matter addressed by various authorities have not borne fruit, and that the matter in respect of which this petition is made is not pending before any court of law or any constitutional body. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, one, engages the government chemists and the National Environment Management Authority to ascertain the specific chemicals and heavy metals that have permeated the waters of River Athi, in order to use these chemicals to identify the companies responsible for releasing them into the river. Two, secures due compensation for residents affected by the pollution of River Athi. Three, secures thorough cleanup of River Athi through budgetary and related provisions. Four, intervenes to bring an end to any further pollutions and makes proposals for withdrawal of licenses of companies that pollute River Athi and other water bodies in the country. Five, secures demarcation of riparian lands and analyzes the feasibility of making them recreational areas. And six, makes any other appropriate recommendations it deems fit in addressing the matters raised in this petition. And your petitioners will ever pray. Presented by yours truly, Kawaya.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, the third petition is regarding graft investigations at Kano West irrigation scheme. Honorable Members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from one Pastor Ocheng Odindo of P.O. Box 25, Nyang'ande, Kisumu County, calling for investigations into alleged cases of corruption at Kano West irrigation scheme. The petitioner is concerned about the manner in which the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Western Region Office in Kisumu, mishandled investigations into alleged misuse of Government Rehabilitation Fund, Economic Stimulus Program Fund, and farmers' own savings funds by the management of West Kano irrigation scheme. He avers that the EACC Western Region officers have failed to make any conclusion on allegations of corruption filed by himself and other residents in August 2015. The petitioner further decries failure by the same officers to investigate misappropriation of 13 tractors granted through collaboration with the government of Japan, as well as embezzlement of rice sales funds released by the government of Kenya. He is thus aggrieved by EACC Western Region's failure to conclude any of the investigations and equally failing to update the complainants on any progress made thereof. The petitioner thus prays that this House uses its authority to intervene on behalf of poor farmers and beneficiaries of West Kano irrigation scheme by seeking conclusion of the aforementioned investigations by EACC Western Region Office in order to recommend appropriate action against culpable officers. Honourable members, having established that the matter raised in the petition is well within the authority of this House, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with the Standing Order 2272. I thank you. We now have 30 minutes for those of you, honourable members, who want to comment on any of the three petitions that have been presented before you. Wandai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me just comment on this last petition that is touching on the West Kano irrigation scheme. As you know, that is one of the few irrigation schemes we have in the Greater Nyanza region. Indeed, in the recent past, it hasn't been doing well as a result of mismanagement. It is one of those schemes that if government can focus on and pump in some money with the proper management, it can revolutionize the area of agriculture generally, not only in that part of the country, but in the whole country. The country can be in a position to actually produce enough rice to not only feed itself, but also to have surplus for export, to earn the much needed foreign exchange. So coming to the issue being raised by the petitioner, I think it is a matter of concern that some of these investigations take inordinately too long to conclude. I'm aware of investigations sometimes in the county governments which have taken years and years without any conclusion, Mr. Speaker. So I think even as the relevant committee delves into these matters, now let us try to implore upon the relevant agencies. I know they are independent and they are not subject to direction from any person or authority, but let us try to implore upon them to have these investigations, once they are initiated, to be completed for us to get the results. And if any criminal culpability is established, the concerned persons be taken to court and charged accordingly, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully secure conviction to serve as a deterrence to those who may want to engage in similar acts in future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wandai. Honorable Posing. I want to believe that honorable members who are on interventions want to speak to the petitions. Give the Honorable Posing. There's a mic next to you.
Yeah. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to make
2 minutes each, members.
To make some few comments, particularly on the petition from my colleague on the issue of forest from Keses. Honorable Speaker, as we advise the committee, I want to implore upon the committee to look at it this way, that these people from the forest services have criminalized, Honorable Speaker, communities who live around the forest. They have made them look like criminals, not law-abiding citizens, animals, chasing them day and night. So I want the committee, Honorable Speaker, to look at it that way, that the communities are not criminals. First of all, it should be known that the forest met the people there, or the forest, when they were demarcating the forest, Honorable Speaker, actually the people were there. So we should not be taking people as if they are criminals in their own land. So the committee need to look at that. Number two, if it is protection of forest, it's not only the responsibility of forest services, it's for all of us, including the people that live around that forest, because I come from almost the same place, Honorable Speaker. And therefore my advice is this, as the committee looks at it, that if the forest services are finding that people are going to the forest because of firewood, then they should bring, it's high time, Honorable Speaker, to bring maybe those gas. There was some gas cylinders that were introduced by national oil government some time back, Honorable Speaker. Maybe they need to revisit and give these people who live around the forest so that they don't actually destroy the forest. And finally, to reward the people who live around the forest, rather than criminalizing them, that they should reward them. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Gilgil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to comment on two petitions, one by Honorable Vincent Kawaya, the issue of pollution. And I think, Mr. Speaker, even as these industrial developments go on, proper environmental impact assessment must be done. And I say that noting like an area like in my constituency called Eburu, where Kenyan does the issue of geothermal. There are areas where plants even turn white and members are rendered beggars, Mr. Speaker. So that issue, I support that EIA be done and be incorporated by the communities. Mr. Speaker, the other issue of the corruption and EACC. I think it's time this House also brought this to the attention, that you don't just make big headlines just to make a commotion that you have arrested people with no proper investigations, Mr. Speaker. The issue of Kano, the issue of Oluch Kimira, the issue of Kalalu Gulana, Mr. Speaker, issues that have money, 7 billion, over 7 billion that have been sunk, Mr. Speaker. And yet we don't see the value or the reports about it, and no one takes a responsibility. So I support, and I hope that the committee will go down to actually get the reports to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Oundo. Can you give the Honorable Member a working microphone next to him? You will be given one next to you. Clerk, there you are.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just want to comment on the petition concerning pollution and general the issue of petitions as a whole. Okay. Honorable Speaker, industrial development, as I've always said, should not bring negative impacts to the communities. Industrial development should add positives to the community. It's therefore important that all those who are investing in industrial production of whichever nature must put into place adequate contingent measures to ensure there's no pollution of water sources and the environment generally. Honorable Speaker, this petition should also use as a basis to question the effectiveness and efficiency and ability of NEMA, that's the Environment Management Authority, is established under IMCA. Honorable Speaker, this pollution ought not to happen because at all given time, NEMA is supposed to license, NEMA is supposed to monitor waste discharge to various places. Honorable Speaker, the most important persons here to be questioned or therefore to be NEMA and the various organs that manages environment in both the Nairobi County and Machakos County. As we stand now, Honorable Speaker, of course, the public petitions are coming in droves. They are many, indicating there are so many unfinished business in this country. I do hope and pray the Public Petition Committee will not be like how we handled petitions last Parliament, and they'll be able to discharge and hopefully address the issues and report to the members of public in due time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Didimas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want also to comment on this petition by Honorable Kawaya. While I support the petition and feel like those who are engaged in industrial development should actually protect the environment, I think my disappointment will go to the National Environmental Management Authority. They have the responsibility to ensure that anybody in this country engages in activities that has a proper mitigation plan to protect the environment. Things like this one, Honorable Speaker, are the one that will wipe out our rivers. This country is endowed with very many rivers that provide livelihood for many farmers or very many people who live along that line. And I think even as the committee investigate this matter, I will want to ask them to focus on the role of NEMA, because their role, Honorable Speaker, is not just to sit at their offices and enjoy the breeze along Mombasa Road. They should ensure that every activity in this country must be in compliance with the environmental laws of this country. Honorable Speaker, I support.
James Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support two of the petitions, the one of Athi River pollution. Mr. Speaker, I see a broader issue. All the rivers that pass through urban centers and cities or towns are actually exposed to the same problem that Athi River is exposed to. Like in Nairobi itself, the Athi River, the tributaries are Nairobi River itself, Ngong River, all Getathuru River, all of them are actually passing and emptying to that. And it's not only that. If you go to towns, you go to Migori, there's River Migori, and many other towns. I think these things should be seen in a broader sense, so that when rivers are passing through towns, pollution is strictly controlled, so that people downstream do not actually suffer. Because people only see that the rivers are untidy when it is passing through the town. Once it has gone downstream, it is seen as clean and used by other people. Mr. Speaker, I therefore support this petition, but it should look at all the rivers that are passing through towns and even inland lakes. So I support this, Mr. Speaker. The next, Mr. Speaker, is this issue of West Kano irrigation scheme. Mr. Speaker, the irrigation schemes in this country have been a letdown. So when we look at this, I think we should look at all of them. And yet we want more irrigation scheme. Like in that particular area, we are looking at Korusoin irrigation scheme to come. But if this was a problem, how do we spend more money in that? Therefore, I also support this, but they should look in general terms, what is the problem with irrigation schemes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Bowen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the petition by the Member of Parliament of Keses on the issue of forest. Mr. Speaker, some of us, we come from a constituency which borders the forest. And if you go around those communities, Mr. Speaker, you will find that the communities, they've been living in those forests for many years. But since the formation of KFS, the forest has been depleted because the most corrupt KFS officers are the ones who are actually harvesting, including the indigenous trees. Mr. Speaker, when the KFS are harvesting these trees, they don't do public participation. Some contractors are awarded contracts to cut down trees from Nairobi. They come to the community destroying their rural roads. And Mr. Speaker, you will find that they harvest almost everything. Mr. Speaker, I want to support also the issue of the pollution, or the petition by Kawaya on the pollution of Athi River. Mr. Speaker, many industries in the industrial area, they don't have a proper waste management. Mr. Speaker, it's upon the NEMA and even the committee of this House to look into that issue, Mr. Speaker, because we have seen many people downstream who are planting crops. The rivers, they are never utilized again. I want to support the petition, Mr. Speaker.
Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance to make a comment on these petitions. I would like to make a comment on the one that has been raised by the Honorable Vincent Musyoka Kawaya concerning pollution of Athi River. Honorable Speaker, when Athi River is polluted, it pollutes the 3 Ukambani counties in the Lower Eastern, Kitui, Machakos, and Makwiny. Honorable Speaker, in my constituency where this river Athi flows, my constituents are using water which is green in color. And when it is not rainy, or when there isn't a lot of water in the river, the water becomes cleaner. But, Honorable Speaker, that water is not good enough for human consumption. I would like to ask the committee, as they look at it, to be bold enough and ask the institutions that can test the water, so that they are able to identify what impurities are in that water, call out on those companies, so that this matter is brought to rest, because it was raised in the 12th Parliament and nothing much was done. Honorable Speaker, I would like also to say that it is important, before these companies are given permission to operate upstream, they should do health impact assessments so that they can tell what is the impact of people's health downstream. Honorable Speaker, I would like also to congratulate the pastor who has raised the matter on corruption in Kano West irrigation scheme, and to say that as they look at this matter, they can go beyond the regional area of Kisumu Anti-Corruption Commission office and move towards the national office, so that they do not deal with the people who may be causing the problem. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The David Speaker. Give Honorable Boss the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to be able to comment on the petition by the Honorable Member for Kesses constituency relating to the interaction between the members of the local community and the forests around them. Even as I support his petition, I would like to add in that it is important that we create alternative sources of energy, alternative sources for cooking for those communities, so that they can have options and not have to harvest the trees for cooking and other domestic issues. Just yesterday, I did launch 2 burner stoves across Uasin Gishu County that use biofuel. They use bioethanol that is made from sugarcane, which is safer than charcoal, and also protects our forests because people don't have to deforest. So yes, I move to support, but also with that rider. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Stephen Mule.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my brother, Honorable Vincent. He's my neighbor. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to attention and to this nation. We served together with Honorable Vincent in 11th Parliament, whereby we engaged African Development Bank to do a feasibility study to build a major dam in my constituency to serve the lower part of Mwala, whereby they put up enough money to put up that dam. But I know because of pollution of this river, quite a lot of things never took place. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, personally I hosted the Minister for Environment then, Madam Waungu, at Ndunyu, whereby they launched a project to clean up the Athi River to make sure that the people living in the downstream are able to get safe water. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, last parliament, this parliament appropriated money, and money was found to build up the bigger Thwake Dam. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, if this issue is not handled seriously by the petition, Thwake Dam will be a white elephant because it will be carrying the entire pollution of Athi River from Nairobi and its environment, and we cannot continue to invest in projects whereby they are going to be white elephant because of pollution in this country. I want to support Mheshimiwa Vincent, and I want to assure him we'll walk this journey. We have walked it for 10 years. These 5 years, we must get it right, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, we'll be looking forward for favorable determination of pollution in Athi River and all other rivers in this country to make sure that we safeguard the health and the population of Kenya from menace pollution from different factories in these countries, who are managed by people.
The Honorable Robert Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to make my comments on the petition, and specifically the petition by the member of KURIA'S, the Honorable Ruto, that, Honorable Speaker, when the committee is looking into it, we've had communities living along the forest, especially recently we've had people of Socio in Saboti being evicted, their houses destroyed, their property being destroyed, and yet in a very inhuman way by the Kenya Forest Services. And I think it is a high time, Honorable Speaker, that we must be able to look at the human rights abuses for communities which are living along the forest, where you are destroying their property, you destroy their houses, and you leave them landless and in a very squalid conditions. The people, you find that also some lands which are bordering forests have been cassetted. For example, ex-Soronson Farm being cassetted, yet people are living there, and there is no compensation for these people. So I think it is important that when the Committee on Petitions is looking into this petition, please invite us so that we can also be able to represent the views of our people and see how best, not just the people of KURIA'S, but the people of also Endebess and Saboti and the entire pit of Mount Elgon are assessed and assisted. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable John Mutunga, Tigania.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to the petitions. Honorable Speaker, I will specifically speak on the petition by Honorable Vincent on pollution of waterways. Honorable Speaker, we have a lot of efforts in this country, and I believe we are making these efforts to harness the water for irrigation and for use downstream. We cannot harness the water if it is highly polluted and concentrate all this pollution and allow the people to use downstream, because that will be putting people into more danger. What we need to do is to avoid discharge of waste into the waterways. We need to change even the environmental impact assessment that has been going on to look for alternative ways of discharging effluent or liquid waste. Because liquid waste, we do not have sufficient rivers around Nairobi especially to discharge liquid waste. We have to think of either burying it deep down or looking for other incineration methods other than just using the waterways, because discharge through the waterways is very, very dangerous, especially when we are planning to use this water for irrigation and for human consumption. So pollution needs to be considered afresh. The National Environmental Management Agency needs to look at this issue and come up with better ways of handling the liquid waste so that people can be safer downstream. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Protas from Loima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
To look at the human rights abuses for communities which are living along the forest, where you are destroying their property, you destroy their houses, and you leave them landless and in a very squalid conditions. The people, you find that also some lands which are bordering forests have been cassetted. For example, ex-Ronson Farm being cassetted, yet people are living there, and there is no compensation for these people. So I think it is important that when the Committee on Petitions is looking into this petition, please invite us so that we can also be able to represent the views of our people and see how best, not just the people of Keses, but the people of also Endebess and Saboti and the entire pit of Mount Elgon are assessed and assisted. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable John Mutunga.
Up and be able to do its role. Otherwise, this climate change and global warming will continue and our people will perish forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I support.
Makali Mulu. Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I support all the three petitions, but I want to raise issues of concern to two of them. Honorable Speaker, I want to start with the petition by Honorable Musyoka, the pollution of our rivers, and more specifically, at the river. Honorable Speaker, this issue of pollution of the river was raised in the 11th Parliament. It was raised in the 12th Parliament. It is now being raised in the 13th Parliament. And what I'm asking myself as I sit here, Honorable Speaker, is, has this House become a talking show? Because really, I'm sure those two parliaments, Honorable Speaker, must have resolved that some action must be taken. So even as we discuss these petitions, Honorable Speaker, I think it's important as a House we agree how do we then move forward in a situation where decisions have been made by this House and there is no implementation. On the petition, the corruption, Honorable Speaker, the pastor from Kisumu, to me, I think the most important question is EACC, and there is that perception, Honorable Speaker, that EACC, even though they are supposed to be addressing issues relating to corruption in this country, they are also having issues themselves. And the question is, who is supposed to watchdog this watchdog, Honorable Speaker? Because really, I think really, Honorable Speaker, there are issues, and as a House, we really need to discuss, Honorable Speaker, through your leadership, on how to handle issues where Kenyans are raising issues with the EACC. Because when you go to the counties, many counties are complaining. The assemblies are saying they have put issues to the EACC, but nothing seems to be much to be done in terms of investigation and concluding on this matter. So even as we support these petitions, Honorable Speaker, to me those are the fundamental questions to ask as a House and agree on how we move forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Justice Kemei, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity that you've given me. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the petition by the Member of Parliament for Keses. In this country, Mr. Speaker, we have people who have traditionally and for time immemorial lived along forests. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, I'm mentioning the Okie community who live along forests in Rift Valley, Western and Central regions. Mr. Speaker, this community needs the protection of this House. When they go to the forest, Mr. Speaker, they are not loggers, they are not thieves. They simply go there for simple livelihoods, Mr. Speaker, of collecting firewood once in a while, and mostly, Mr. Speaker, to harvest honey, which they rely on for survival, Mr. Speaker. So I want to encourage the Public Petitions Committee that when they look at this, the rights of the people of these communities who live along the forest must be protected. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, when you look at them, they've got no means of livelihood. So when the chance to log trees is available, Mr. Speaker, these communities need to be considered so that they can also have a means of livelihood. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate and I support. Thank you.
The last on this, Beatrice Elach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the petition of Honorable Kawaya. Mr. Speaker, as we speak about pollution, and we've just finished COP27 where we've talked about climate change, looking at Athi River at the moment and the ecosystem of just Athi River, and looking at Nairobi specifically, Mr. Speaker, that has also a lot of pollution, and that pollution ends up into Athi River, where people are also doing agriculture, and that's how we've ended up having a lot of cancers because of what we are using as water. I think, Mr. Speaker, is important, first of all, for Neema. It is either this House to relook at Neema, relook at what is the mandate of Neema. Why are we having all these challenges, yet we have an institution that needs to deal with it? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as I support, I think when they are looking at the petition, they need to look at the institutions that are supposed to deal with companies. Have we just accepted? Is it corruption that is choking us, that we are able to just give in and kill our people instead of being firm and ensuring that companies that throw waste into the rivers must be charged, must be closed? Their licenses, as Kawaya says, must be terminated, so that then we will have the seriousness, and then we come and now sensitize all the citizens that it is indeed, these are our rivers, especially Nairobi River, Mr. Speaker. As Nairobi, we must clean Nairobi River for Athi River to be clean. And therefore, I want to support him and to say, as Nairobi, we will walk a journey with you, because it starts with us as it pours to Athi River. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Elijah. There are 2 minutes to go on this. I'll give Bissau Kakai 1 minute and Meli 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank Honorable Ruto for bringing in that motion on welfare of the forest communities. If you look at Trans Nzoia, we've got 3 water towers, but critically, the forestry department has sort of undermined the communities that are originally around the forest. And what we'll say, Mr. Speaker, it will be good if within the corporate social responsibility of the forestry authority to try and look at these communities as partners in terms of even planting more trees, and even when it comes to issues like employment, motivation, because originally these communities are the ones who understand also the advantage of forests. And again, Mr. Speaker, if you find a place where there's been deforestation or cutting of trees, it's because the corrupt officials from forestry have actually to kick out the original communities that have resided there and bringing in...
The last 1 minute for the Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the petitioners for the two petitions, mainly Honorable Kawaya and Honorable Ruto. Honorable Speaker, I want to really ask this House to really take it seriously, that the people who live along forests owe the country a lot. It's because they are the ones who have actually taken care of this forest for many years. In my constituency, Honorable Speaker, we have a number of them in Kipkurere and even communities like the Okiek who actually rely on forest for honey and for food. So what the government needs to do is to actually allow them, motivate them to take care of this forest and at the same time earn a living out of it. On the issue of pollution, Honorable Speaker, I remember it was in this House when we discussed the issue of the Athi River. And this one was passed and it was taken to the implementation committee. I think it is high time that we really have to take punitive measures against...
Honorable members, the 3 petitions are committed to the Public Petitions Committee to transact and report back in the prescribed time. Honorable members, I wish to recognize students and teachers from the following schools seated at the Speaker's Gallery. Nova Pioneer School from Eldoret, Alliance High School, Kikuyu. On my behalf and that of the House, I wish to welcome them to the National Assembly. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know the Deputy Speaker and the member for Ndebes had a problem with me foot thumping for the school. As you appreciated the schools present, and the member for Ndebes knows the school is in the Speaker's gallery. The school, of course, is the Alliance High School. And I don't need to say, Honorable Speaker, what we all say. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, November 16th, 2022. Legal notice number 194 of 2022 relating to the capital markets, licensing requirements, general amendments number 2, regulations 2022, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. 2, draft public finance management financial inclusion fund regulations 2022 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, for the benefit of members, those are the regulations on the Hustler Fund. 3, annual status report on water, sanitation and irrigation from the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and Irrigation. 4, report on human-wildlife conflict compensation claims approved by 25th February 2022 and not paid as at 30th June 2022 from the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. 5, 15th edition of biannual report on the status of alcohol and drugs control in Kenya for the period covering 1st July to 31st December 2021 by NACADA. 6, the Public Financial Management Reform Secretariat Communication Strategy for the period 2018 to 2023 from the National Treasury. 7, the annual report and financial statements of Kirinyaga University for the financial year 2020-2021. 8, annual report and financial statements of Kenyatta National Hospital for the financial year 2018-2019. 9, quarterly economic and budgetary review for the first quarter of the financial year 2021-2022 for the period ending 30th June 2022 from the National Treasury. 10, the biannual report for the period July to December 2021 from the Commission on Administrative Justice. 11, county government's annual budget implementation review report for the financial year 2021-2022 from the Controller of Budget. 12, the performance audit report on monitoring and artisanal mining operations by the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining. 13, annual public debt management report for the financial year 2021-2022 from the National Treasury. 14 is the report on the state of the judiciary and the administration of justice for the financial year 2021-2022 from the judiciary. 15, the 8th and 9th batches of nominees to 18 national government constituency development fund committees, including a revised list for Wajir West constituency from National Government Constituency Development Fund Board for the following constituencies: Emurua Dikir, Kabondo Kasipul, Kandui, Kiambu Town, Kibwezi West, Kilifi South, Kiminini, Kinango, Lugari, Mukurweini, Mwingi North, Ndia, Sirisia, Juja, Runyenje, Stigania East, Wajir West, Turkana North, and Turkana West. 16, a revised list of nominees for Kilifi North and Gilgil constituencies from the National Government Development Fund Board. 17, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following constituencies for the financial year ended 30th June 2021 and the certificates therein: Isiolo South, Tiati, Kachaliba, Turkana East, Sakul, Isamis, Kapseret, Chesumei, Ainabkoi, Manyata, Mbere South, Isiolo North, Loima, Pokot South, Kuria East, Mosop, Moyale, Westlands, West Mugirango, Rongai, Nakuru East, Naivasha, Eldama Ravine, Turkana West, Oljororok, Marakwet East, Kajiado Central, Kajiado East, Kajiado West, Kajiado North, Kibwezi East, Kinangop, Mandera South, Starehe, Kangundo, Narok West, Gilgil, Njoro, Emurua Dikir, Narok South, Subukia, Mogotio, Bahati, Embakasi North, Kurisewe North, Aldai, Tigania East, Langata, Embakasi Central, Embakasi South, Githunguri, Nandi Hills, Makadara, and Limuru. 18, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements. B, Last Mile Connectivity Project 1 for Kenya Power and Lighting Company, PLC. C, Last Mile Connectivity Project 2 by Kenya Power and Lighting Company PLC. Kenya Transport Sector Support Project by the State Department for Infrastructure. Water and Sanitation Services Improvement Project by the Lake Victoria North Waterworks Development Agency. The Credit Guarantee Scheme by the National Treasury. Kenya Town Sustainable Water Supply and Sanitation Program by the Tana Waterworks Development Agency. Central Bank of Kenya. Multinational Lake Victoria Maritime Communication and Transport Kenya Maritime Authority. And Kenya Health Sector Program Support 3. Honorable Speaker, allow me to correct that because it read financial statements in respect of the following constituencies. These are not constituencies. You should have read reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following state agencies for the financial year ended 30th June 2022. I think there was a typo from the clerk's office in respect to that.
Thank you.
Because those are not constituencies. But also allow me, Honorable Speaker, like you did, to welcome the school members of the class from Alliance High School, where I schooled way back in 1994 and served as a Smith House captain. And so did the Honorable Clive, also schooled there most recently. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And of course, the Honorable Stanley Manduku and the Alliance High School should feel welcome to the House.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Member for Mosop. Honorable members, before the member for Mosop takes the floor, I received 2 identical motions of adjournment from the member for Mosop, which came earlier, and the member for Madare, the Honorable Olwatch. I have allowed both motions to be debated this afternoon, but we'll only have a notice of motion from the member for Mosop. Go ahead.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, as pursuant to standing order.
Honorable member, there is a point of order from the member for Mgwen. What is out of order? Give the member for Mgwen the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to the standing order number 86 on the proceedings of select committees, which reads, no member shall refer to the substance of the proceedings of a select committee before the committee has made a report to the House. As a member, in view of these provisions of this order, Mr. Speaker, as a young parliamentarian, is it in order for the honorable member of this House, particularly Honorable Junet, member of this House, who is a member of JLAC,
Member, you are completely out of order.
No.
The matter before the House is a notice of motion by the member for Mosop.
All right.
There is nothing to finish, you and I. The member for Mgwen, order, honorable members, the member for Mgwen, if you have an issue that you want to raise other than the matter being debated on the floor, you approach the chair or the clerks at the table, then they will guide you on how and when to raise it. For now, what is on the floor is a notice of motion to adjourn the House to debate a matter that the honorable member for Mosop, your neighbor, is about to raise. Honorable member for Mosop.
Okay.
And your notice will be like a notice given by the member for Madare as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to standing order number 33-1, I rise to seek leave for adjournment for the House in order to discuss a definite matter of urgent national importance regarding importation of genetically modified organic GMO maize into the country. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday the 17th, November 2022, the government, through the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Trade, Investment and Industry, announced an intention of allowing duty-free importation of 10 million bags of GMO maize over the next 6 months. However, this move will disadvantage farmers from maize-growing areas who are currently at the harvesting season. The waiver of the ban comes at a time Kenyan bread basket areas of Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, Narok, Laikipia, Nakuru, Elgeyo Marakwet, Kakamega, Kericho, and Nandi counties, among other regions of the country, could prompt farmers to release more of the produce to the market before the influx of the cheaper GMO maize imports, and consequently adversely distressing the prices due to effects of supply and demand. Honorable Speaker, in addition, the proposed importation of GMO maize come at a time when questions on whether or not to allow GMO crops and products to be cultivated or imported into the country. This is in relation to alleged risk associated to such products. Honorable Speaker, this is against this background that I seek your leave for the adjournment of the House to discuss this matter on national concern on importation of genetically modified organic maize into the country and its effects in its local farmers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I give this notice and I have support of over 30 members. I'm asking them to rise.
That's the motion we have been waiting for. We can move it. We can move back. You are coming back. Honorable members, the motion by the member for Mosop and the member for Madare have sufficient support, and we will allocate them time. Given the tremendous interest I see from members on the floor, we will give them time from 4:15. We'll give them time from 4 p.m. The member for Mosop will move the motion. This is a motion that requires no seconding. The member for Madare will be allocated equal time with the member for Mosop because they are co-moving the motion. Then the rest will be to the House to debate. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The Honorable Member for Laikipia East, Honorable Kiunjuri, has requested for his statement, his question to be deferred, so it's deferred to a later date. Member for Mwingi Central, Gideon Mulyungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 20 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Number 1, what plans has the ministry put in place to construct and develop dams, boreholes, and water pans in Mwingi Central constituency? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary submit a list of dams, boreholes, water pans, and the piped water supply lines constructed or developed by the national government in Mwingi Central, Mwingi West, Mwingi North constituencies from 2017-2018 financial years to date? Number 3, in view of the fact that Mwingi Central constituency, and in particular Mwingi town, lacks adequate and reliable clean water, supply that forces residents to use donkeys to fetch water from dry season or rivers? When shall the ministry allocate sufficient resources to improve water supply in this area? Number 4, what measures has the ministry taken to ensure the construction and development of dams, boreholes, and water pans in Mwingi Central constituency? Mr. Speaker, I see that the question is erroneously
the question
to be replied.
Honourable Member, the question will be directed to the Committee on Blue Economy and Irrigation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Next, the member for Kisumu Central, Oron Odongo.
Microphone. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise on question number 21 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry. Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain measures the ministry has in place to mitigate the continued release of effluent and other pollutants into Lake Victoria, leading to damage and loss of the marine biodiversity? Honorable Speaker, what steps is the ministry taking to assess the extent of damage that chemicals discharged into the lake from industrialization and sewage releases?
Gideon Mulyungi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 20 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Number 1, what plans has the ministry put in place to construct and develop dams, boreholes, and water pans in Mwingi Central constituency? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary submit a list of dams, boreholes, water pans, and the piped water supply lines constructed or developed by the national government in Mwingi Central, Mwingi West, Mwingi North constituencies from 2017-2018 financial years to date? Number 3, in view of the fact that Mwingi Central constituency, and in particular Mwingi town, lacks adequate and reliable...
Member, the question is committed to the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forest and Mining. Member Fondiwa, Martin Owino.
Honorable Speaker, the opportunity appreciated. I rise to ask question number 22 of 2022. To the Cabinet Secretary of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. Roman 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the current ownership status of 116 hectares of land in Kanyado to ward in Lewa constituency, which were donated by the community to the government for development in 1980 and later alleged to have been transferred to the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, ICIPE. Roman 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state the reason why no development has been initiated on the said land and agreed between the community who donated the land and government as intended? The last one, number 3, considering that no government development has been undertaken on the said land as intended for the last 40 years.
Speaker, what steps is the ministry taking to assess the extent of damage that chemicals discharged into the lake from industrialization and sewage releases, considering the huge losses of fish and negative impacts on the fish farming? Number 3, what steps has the ministry taken to eradicate or control the causes of rising pollution levels in the lake so as to guarantee the safety of the fish consumed by Kenyans? Number 4, What action is the ministry taking to ensure the environment is protected from such pollution, and more specifically to eradicate the continued stench from the lake? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The question is committed to the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forest and Mining. Member Fondiwa, Martin Owino.
Honourable Speaker, the opportunity appreciated. I rise to ask question number 22 of 2022. To the Cabinet Secretary of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. Roman 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the current ownership status of 116 hectares of land in Kanyado to ward in their constituency, which were donated by the community to the government for development in 1980 and later alleged to have been transferred to the International Center for Insect Physiology and Ecology, ICIPE. Roman 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state the reason why no development has been initiated on the said land and agreed between the community who donated the land and government as intended? The last one, number 3, considering that no government development has been undertaken on the said land as intended for the last 40 years, could the government undertake either compensate the families which donated the land or revert to the rightful owners? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next, I'm advised question 026 by the Honorable Oundo was already asked. Now we go to question 027, Member for Ruiru, Simon Kingara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for according me this opportunity to ask question number 27 of 2022, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport. Mr. Speaker, 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain what steps have been taken to curb the increasing cases of accidents involving pedestrians crossing the Thika superhighway, particularly in rural constituencies where numerous lives have been lost, especially Kehunguro? Mr. Speaker, number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary consider urgently constructing more footbridges, speed bumps, and ensuring adequate road markings, pedestrian crossing, and road signs along the eastern bypass from Mwihoko Junction, Kamakis, Kehunguro to Prison Junction, Ojai, to curb the high number of accidents occurring along the said road. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, could the Cabinet Secretary also consider urgently constructing a footbridge at the Green Valley Estate and Githongori Primary School and Secondary School along the eastern bypass, where several residents, including children, have lost their lives while crossing the very busy road? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Next is a statement to be made by the Honourable Member Mark Mwenje, Member for Embakasi West. Give the Honourable Member microphone, clerk.
I'm the one.
You have the mic, the Honourable Mwenje.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have the mic. Honourable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the preparedness by the Ministry of Education and the Kenya National Examination Council regarding simultaneous administration of the upcoming Kenya Certificate of Primary Education and Kenya Primary School Education Assessment National Examinations. Honorable Speaker, Education is a powerful driver of development and one of the strongest instruments for reducing poverty and improving health, gender equality, peace, and stability. Indeed, Article 43(1) of the Constitution provides for the right to education for every person in the country. Further, Article 53(1)(b) of the Constitution states that every child has a right to free and compulsory basic education. Honorable Speaker, examinations are a part. Education and growth for the students are essential for knowledge and capability testing. Indeed, most schools have completed the curriculum and are prepared for the upcoming national examinations, which are scheduled to run from 28th November to 3rd December 2022. Regrettably, there's a typo. Regrettably, it has come to my attention that there are schools in many urban centers, particularly in Nairobi City County and specifically in Embakasi West constituency, that do not have the physical infrastructure to administer the Kenya Certificate of Primary Education, KCPE, and the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment, KIPSEA, concurrently. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education. In the statement, the chairperson should address the following matters. 1, specific steps and arrangements that the ministry is taking to accommodate schools, especially in urban areas with very high number of candidates sitting the 2 exams. Number 2, specific steps that the ministry is taking to facilitate schools that cannot meet the Kenya National Examination Council recommended ratio of 20:1. The ideal standard is 20 students per classroom. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the possibility of administering the 2 exams at different periods. Honorable Speaker, if I may get your indulgence, my question is time-barred, and I have a constituency where I have students who might be doing the exams in a tent, and it's raining. So I'd request, Mr. Speaker, that I get a response on this matter, preferably this week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mwenje. Honorable members, we will, yes. Yes. The chairman to whom the statement is directed is in the House. The Committee on Education. Majority Leader, if you listened to the statement by the Honorable Mwenje, it is very urgent, and I don't see the Chair of Education. Can you undertake that the response be on Thursday afternoon?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I think I can undertake that because already the chair was here, but I'm sure he has gone to my office. I don't know to do what, and I'm here.
How can he leave you in the chamber to go to your office?
I just heard that he has gone to my office. I don't know to do what, and I'm here. But Honorable Speaker, I can undertake and indicate to the Honorable Member that indeed the Cabinet Secretary for Education paid a courtesy call to my office this morning. And since I was privy to that question, he's already appraised of the issue, and I therefore can undertake to have an answer by Thursday.
Thursday afternoon. Honorable Mwenje, it's so ordered. Next order. Honorable Posing here? Yes, you are not on the order paper, but I'm told you have a statement to make. I will allow you.
Yes, I thank you, Speaker, and you have approved the statement. So thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2C I wish to request for a statement from the leader of majority party regarding the planned importation of 10 million bags of maize for 6 months period, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Statement is directed at you.
Very critical. National interest. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, according to Honorable Speaker, while millions of Kenyans are facing severe hunger due to drought, the move to allow importation of maize into the country for the next 6 months will jeopardize several farmers who are due to harvest and are already harvesting, Honorable Speaker, this month of November and December. Honorable Speaker, according to the maize production forecast of November 2021 by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, the maize farmers in North Rift produced, Honorable Speaker, more than 18 million bags of maize, Speaker. Speaker, further, many farmers from the food basket counties of Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu, West Pokot, Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, Nakuru, and Bungoma have invested colossal amount of money, Honorable Speaker, on farm inputs, which is estimated at 60,850 per acre, and are exposed and are expecting to harvest about 25 bags per acre in the upcoming harvest season. Speaker, further, it is against this background that I seek for the statement from the leader of majority party to inquire into and report on the following. Number one, reasons why the government is determined to import the 10 million bags of maize when farmers are likely to produce even more than that, Honorable Speaker. Number two, could the government consider halting the planned importation of the 10 million bags of maize to create market for the maize that is likely to be harvested by our local farmers? And finally, Speaker, three, could the government consider opening the National Cereals Board in this country to buy maize from the farmers at a cost of minimum 3,600? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader, when can you respond to that statement?
Honorable Speaker, I am really wondering whether, Honorable Speaker, this statement has not been expended by the notice of motion that the member for Mosopa has already given in relation to this discussion, because it's very similar to the issues that are bound to be debated in the adjournment motion. However, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, there is now a substantive chair of the Committee of Agriculture, and I thought maybe the leader should have directed that to the relevant committee. And I'm also sure he's well aware that the statistics given for 2021 from the Ministry of Agriculture, that the projections are also true. These are accurate figures, and the projection for the expected harvest this year is close to 30 million bags. And the Honorable Kosing, coming from the North Rift and being a good partaker of ugali, knows that our normal average consumption per year of maize is in the region of 40 to 45 million bags. So there already be a shortage, but let me relay this to the ministry to be able to provide an answer. But more profoundly, Honorable Speaker, I just want to beg again that we hasten the review of our standing orders, because it's also not in order for myself to be pretending to be answering these questions or the chairs. We'll just be relaying messages that are coming from the executive to allow members of the executive to come and address those matters before the House. But with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I think they are good issues of concern, but I thought they are issues that we could also have addressed during the adjournment motion. But also, the Honorable Kosing is smiling mischievously because he knows the answers. He knows with a shortage of over 10 million bags, unless farmers, and Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to speak to our farmers, because our farmers, yes, Honorable Speaker,
Junet?
Our farmers, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Junet, what's out of order?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the majority leader to behave in a manner that like he's answering the question on behalf of the executive when he's supposed to go and fetch for answers from the executive. Mr. Speaker, stick to your role. You refuse to be a minister on your own volition. Stick to your role.
Honorable Speaker, first, I do not know whether Junet had any powers to appoint anybody as a cabinet minister. And I don't know whether he was the one appointing me as a cabinet minister to purport that I refuse to be a cabinet minister. I believe if I desired and His Excellency the President found me befitting, he would have engaged me. But the coalition you belong to, Honorable Junet, had no opportunity to appoint anybody to any position of a cabinet secretary. And Honorable Speaker, I was not pretending to be answering. I was just speaking to facts. And those facts are within the public domain, that we project to harvest close to 30 million bags this year, and our normal consumption is about 40 million bags. So there will definitely be a shortage of maize. However, and Honorable Speaker, that's the point at which Honorable Junet interrupted me, because he's averse to the truth and facts. He thrives in propaganda, innuendos, and such like things. But facts of the matter, Honorable Speaker, are that with the anticipated shortage, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Junet, what is...
Mr. Speaker, you know, this is a house of records, Mr. Speaker. When you insinuate or when you say that I thrive on propaganda and when, Mr. Speaker, this man used to be a very good man before he became the majority leader. Now power has gotten into his head. Mr. Speaker, we need to take him to rehabilitation in this this session that we are, this recess, this long recess, and I'm traveling with him, I'll tell him what to do. Please, Chamber, you're a good man, Bana. These small jobs that we are given, we have gone through this. So please, don't say that I thrive on propaganda. There is no propaganda. I was just telling you that go and get the answer from the Minister for Agriculture. Why, or the Minister for Industry, why he's importing 10 million bags of GMO. And they're saying even the ship has docked. That's what today the newspapers were saying. Whether it is true or false, we don't know. Those are the information. Go and fetch for us. You're just a messenger. Stick to your job.
Finish up, majority. Just tell us when you want to bring...
Honorable Speaker, you know, when I said the Honorable Junet thrives in propaganda, he's now quoting newspapers. That it's only him who seems to have read those newspapers. I read his tweet yesterday speaking to matters that are already before a committee of this House where he sits in. And those tweets, Honorable Speaker, and I think is something that we also may need to address ourselves to. You cannot be tweeting on matters that are before committees of the House contrary to Standing Order 86. And he was is a member of that committee and never attends committee sittings.
There is a point of order from the Honorable Ferdinand. Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to make a correction that the figures that the leader of the majority is coming up with are falsy. I come from the North Rift. What there is that we estimated, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, there are farmers who have refused to sell maize for the previous season. If you add up this, we are talking about 38 million bags. So the figures that the leader is coming up with, I want just to correct him in good faith that I'm not correct. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And now that is advice now, Honorable Speaker, that the House can take, because the Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi not only represents farmers, but he's also a maize farmer. And he's speaking facts. And it's only that probably he didn't get, I said the estimated harvest for this year is about 30 million bags. But I was also saying I take this opportunity to speak to our farmers. And that is where now we converge with the Honorable Wanyonyi, that indeed there are farmers who are holding maize. And some farmers are actually holding maize. And that's why I wanted to speak to our farmers to allow the forces of demand and supply to prevail. Because what will happen if farmers continue holding maize, then you may force importation to check in, and then the market is flooded with maize, and the prices will come down. So I just want to plead to farmers, even as we seek answers from the ministry, because this is not something that I even need the ministry to answer, Honorable Junet. I am a student of economics.
and I know the forces of demand and supply. If farmers continue holding maize, and as they wait for prices to go up, if government then decides there is no supply of maize and imports, the prices will come down. So it's only fair to advise our farmers, those who are holding maize from the last harvest and those who are harvesting now, to release that maize to the market to help our people be able to consume maize that is affordable, Honorable Speaker, and for the Honorable Junior to access. And therefore, we'll be seeking for an answer from the ministry and give an answer in the next 1 week, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, Honorable Majority Leader, when are you or the committee chair bringing a response to that statement? Can we do it on Tuesday afternoon? Tuesday next week?
Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I had indicated in 1 week, which comes to Tuesday next week. And I hope the Honorable Junet will be in the chamber, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Posing, your response will come on Tuesday afternoon.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for actually bringing the leader of majority to action. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. But let me also tell him, we also elected with him. This is the third term. He's insinuating something that he thinks I don't know. Let me correct him, Honorable Speaker.
What did he say?
You gave us that we are now veterans. He's also a veteran. That it is the same as what Honorable Kirwa sought in terms of the debate later. Speaker, you know, a debate like that has no question and has no obligation, has no answer, has no vote. It just ends. So what next is just opinion. In fact, it's actually almost a talk show. But Honorable Speaker, of course it is to pick opinion. That is why, Honorable Speaker, we went forward to bring this statement, because it is an obligation. It's now obligating the leader majority and obligating the minister to respond to this House, Honorable Speaker. Finally, it will be on record. This debate of 10 million and farmers losing is likely to continue, Honorable Speaker. And that will be on record now to be followed after that, Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
You're anticipating an answer. You asked a question or made a statement, and you have been told you'll get a response on Tuesday. Hold your horses. If the response is inadequate, you'll be given enough time to say what you are attempting to say. Honorable Kirwa, I directed that we start your debate at 4. We have 2 minutes to 4. Is Honorable Olwoch of Madare in the House? Yes, you will be accorded equal time. Honorable Kirwa, you'll start. Then Honorable Olwoch, then we'll open the debate to members. Sarah? One of the two members will have 10 minutes.
Okay.
So compose your thoughts, focus your ideas and facts so that you communicate in 10 minutes. Honorable Watch, 10 minutes. Then the rest of members will have 5 minutes each. And I saw tremendous interest in the matter. We will, if we exhaust this, then we'll come back to order number 8. You may proceed, member for Mosop.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion. Pass one to standing order number 33-1, arise to seek leave for adjournment of the House in order to discuss definite matter of urgent national importance regarding importation of genetically modified GMO maize into the country. Honorable Speaker, this is an issue that is very urgent and it needs an attention of the nation. This time, Mr. Speaker, in most of the areas in Rift Valley and also areas that produce maize, is harvesting time. And this year we are expecting a huge harvest because of good rains. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are experiencing when the government decided, or the CS of Trade and decided that investment and industry decided that he is going to import 10 million bags of maize into the country at a time that most of the farmers are expecting to harvest and sell. This has created a lot of issues from our farmers. I was at home yesterday and so many farmers came asking me, Honorable Member, what are we doing with the maize that we are going to harvest? Where are we going to sell it? Honorable Speaker, we expect to harvest approximately 30 to 40 million bags this year. And as we speak, National Cereals and Produce Board has not opened its doors. They have not started to buy, and I got a chance to go to the National Cereals and Produce Board. I met with the management. I asked them, when are you going to start purchasing or opening your doors? They have no idea. So farmers are left with millions of bags in their homes. They don't know where to sell them, and the government or the ministry has already imported 10 million bags, and they will start selling those bags of maize to the bakers. So the question that we are bringing here, before even the cassette men went out, if it's true that the ship has already docked in Mombasa, and we were yet to verify, with 200,000 bags, with 37 more vessels expected in the country. The question that we are asking the ministry, why import maize at such a time as this when the farmers have sufficient and we have enough maize already in the country? Two, the question that we're still asking the ministry is the issue of importing the GMO maize. This is a question that most of us are still asking. The safety of GMO. We have our neighboring countries like Uganda, Tanzania, they're still producing organic maize, but no GMO. Why could we not go buy maize from the neighboring if we have a real shortage? But at this time, we have never, in the history of this country, we have never imported maize during harvest. Farmers usually produce, they sell their maize to National Produce and Cereals Board with a good price. But with the importation of 10 million bags, for sure, we know the price at the moment is 5,500 or 5,300 a bag. With the importation of these 10 million bags, the price will automatically drop down to almost 2,000 shillings a bag. What are the farmers going to do? Because the inputs at the beginning of the year was very high, and farmers used quite a bit of their resources to plant and to grow this maize. Now they are harvesting, and you are talking about now that they have started to harvest, you want to bring or flood the market with cheap maize to make sure that the farmers don't recoup their investments. So we are asking the ministry, the CS, especially Moses Kuria himself, who was a member of this house. He was a champion of guaranteed minimum returns for the farmer. But now that he is the CS, he is the one who has authorized the importation of 10 million bags without now talking about the guaranteed minimum returns for our farmers. So we are asking, what changed? A champion who used to champion the cost of the farmers is the first person who has now imported the maize, and we believe it will be a lot cheaper. So, Madam Speaker, my concern, and we are requesting the Committee of Agriculture to summon the Minister of Agriculture and also for Trade to come into the House and explain to us what was the logic behind the importation of 10 million bags of maize into the country when we have a robust harvest, when we actually harvesting quite a number of, because as of yesterday when I was going around most parts of my constituency, so many farmers have already harvested and they are waiting for the cereals to open their doors. But before they open the doors, now we are seeing 10 million, so many bags have already come into the country. So this motion specifically was to ask, and I know members will have to contribute to this, to ask as to what logic did we go into And then two, what have we done about the safety of genetically modified organic maize? Previous times, this issue has been discussed in this House, and there was different views. As of today, no conclusion has been reached if GMO is really safe or not safe. So if we have already imported 10 million bags, and we are not guaranteed the safety of this maize, and soon it will get into the millers, millers are going to grind and package it and start selling on the supermarkets, which will mean in a few weeks we will be consuming GMO maize. And so the question is, what is the safety of this maize we are about to consume? So we are asking to hold the cassettlement of this importation. We are requesting that we sit down and we discuss, we review the safety of the GMO, and then now, at that point, we move forward with the importation. But we are talking of the maize, and we are yet to confirm, because we don't know, but we are yet to confirm if the maize has actually arrived. How did the maize arrive before the cassettlement is done? Two, what have we done about the safety of this maize, the GMO maize? Is the House in agreement of importing this maize, the GMO maize? But the main question is, let's not import the maize at a time when most of our farmers who actually depend on maize for food, they depend on this maize to pay the school fees of their children and livelihood and everything else. And if the price go down, farmers will end up not even growing maize the coming season, because if the prices are so low and they lose so much money, we can end up into a situation where maize in the country will not be an option. The breadbasket of Kenya, the Rift Valley area, and most of those areas, people are going to sort into other crops, and we might end up not having enough maize again in the coming years. So, Madam Speaker, allow me to end here as I support this motion, that we actually look into this issue. We stop this importation for now until these matters are addressed and we have a conclusive way forward. Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member, Honorable Anthony Alwatch, you have 10 minutes. Thereafter, members will have 5 minutes each.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to...
What's your point of order, Honorable Member for Kiharu? Honorable Didi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Most of the time, this is our sitting area. We prefer it because we are nearer to the Speaker. But over time, this place is becoming colder with time, Madam Speaker. When we come here, we feel like it is winter. I request that the people who have the task of regulating the degrees in this house should be mindful that we are human beings too, so that they put temperatures that are cognizant to temperatures that are good for human beings. It is very cold, Madam Speaker, and I don't know whether it's just here or the entire house.
Yeah, I think, Sergeant at Arms, usually you should put it at 23 or 22. And never less, normal temperature.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I thank my colleague with whom we are co-moving this motion, the member for Mosop has already set the basis that on Thursday, the 17th of November 2022, the government issued a directive that in effect would allow the importation of 10 million bags of GMO maize. And secondly, Against this background, there was a cabinet directive on the lifting of a 10-year ban on the importation of maize. Whereas my colleague has focused largely on the question of its impact or effect on the farmers in Rift Valley, I would like to cast this debate in a much larger perspective, namely, first, in 3 lights. One, I want to underpin it in terms of the authority of this House, and Madam Speaker, members, under Article 94(5). The provisions there are very clear, and they state that no person has the authority to make any provision that has the force of law other than Parliament. So against this debate, we must always remember that we also have the Statutory Instruments Act and a committee which we have set in place in form of the Committee on Delegated Legislation. It is my position that under Article 94(5) and the Statutory Instruments Act, a decision as serious as one lifting the ban on GMO ought to have the seal of approval of this House. The second point that I want to underpin this debate is Article 118 of the Constitution as read together with Article 1. The power that we exercise in this House, we exercise an indirect power donated by the people of Kenya under Article 1. Under Article 1, the sovereign power can be exercised directly or indirectly. When they exercise it directly, they may exercise it by way of a plebiscite in a referendum, by way of a vote in an election, by way of being engaged in public participation. The lifting of this ban has been done against the background of a 10-year lift, and that lift, together with the report of a task force that was put in place to inquire into the health, safety, and other impacts of GMO introduction into this country, that report has never found its way into this House. That report has never been subjected to the committee that oversights the questions of delegated legislations and regulations in this House, Madam Speaker. Secondly, or thirdly, the other point that I wish to underscore is a statement that was made by the Cabinet Secretary for Trade. The Cabinet Secretary for Trade appeared to be suggesting that we could as well import GMO because there are 1,000 ways in which people could die in this country. So introducing another form of death appears to him to be something that is so casual. And the point that I want to ask that this House considers is this, that when a Minister of Trade makes such a statement, can we ask that minister that we can actually then as well be saying that it is better to carry out or to engage in sex without a condom because there are 1,000 other ways in which you could die? I want to suggest that we donate the Honorable Moses Kuria to Koinange Street, where we can keep you for 1 year to have sex for free without condoms, because there are 10,000, 1,000 other ways in which you could die as a Kenyan citizen. So this is the casual manner in which this matter of GMO has been taken. But now, Madam Speaker, let me take this House through a little history on GMO and how it evolved. Madam Speaker, GMO began in 1982 when the Federal Drug and Administration approved the first GMO product that was developed through genetic engineering. Madam Speaker, this was used as a test to try and develop a DNA bacteria for the treatment of diabetes. Following this was in 1986 when FDA then again developed a coordinated framework for regulation of biotechnology. This policy described how US FDA and US EPA, which is the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Department of Agriculture would together regulate GMO. So the question is, even as we look back to where the US has come, a technology that is 1982, I believe I was in Form 1 then, this is very recent technology. You come to 1992, it is only as recent as this that the FDA in the US put in place a policy that food from GMO plants could meet the same standards and requirements as those of indigenous. It was a step-by-step thing in the US, which in itself right now has very strong consumer protection law that separates and delineates at the market. This is GMO, this is organic. Then you come now to 1992. And then in 1992, where these standards were now allowed, you find that in 1992, the first GMO food product that was allowed to be consumed in the name of Flava and Sava tomato in 1994. This is barely 28 years ago. So it is surprising that the CEO of a multinational company by the name of Bill Gates would come to this country and mislead the Kenyan citizens that he has been consuming GMO food for as long as he has been alive. Bill Gates, if my check was correct, Bill Gates was born in 1955. GMO, the first introduction of GMO tomato, was in 1994. So I think even as we engage the people of this country on the question as to whether we can consume GMO, it is important that the facts are properly put on the table. And these are the facts on how to achieve the risk aspects of GMO itself. From the research that I have done, Madam Speaker, GMO poses the potential for increased cases of cancer, cases of infertility, danger to the environment, can pose danger to human and animal life and the ecosystem, and can drastically reduce or eliminate plant diversity. Once introduced, Madam Speaker, it is virtually impossible to stop the transfer where natural crops are grown due to the wind insect. There has also been the question of when you have a 2-acre farm where you want to plant indigenous seeds or hybrid seed or crossbreeds, and you have a neighbor who wants to do GMO, there is absolutely no non-scientific means by which you can be able to prevent the impact of what would happen through pollination, through insect transfer, through wind and other natural ways in which you can be able to prevent your indigenous plants and seeds from being affected by GMO. Madam Speaker, even as we adopt or are attempting to adopt GMO, it is important that this House knows that there are countries, the very same Western countries, that have run away from GMO. In Europe, Germany, France, Austria, Greece, Hungary, Netherlands, Lithuania, Luxembourg, etc. have rejected GMO. In the Americas, Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru, Venezuela have all rejected the question of GMO. In Africa, Algeria and Madagascar and many more. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to plead with this House that before we allow anybody or any entity to undermine the authority of this House, we must remember that under Article 95, we represent the people and we solve the problems that affect the people. This is one such problem that the people of Kenya are looking into this House to solve, and I want to recommend as I close that a select committee of the Agriculture Committee and the Committee of Health be put in place to be able to sit together with their counterparts in the Senate and undertake thorough public participation to ask experts and stakeholders and the people of Kenya whether indeed they want to resolve or vote to GMO. In the meantime, the lifting of that ban should be ceased, and all the instruments, including the report of the 10-year ban task force, should be brought to this House through the Committee of Delegated Legislation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Leader of Minority.
Madam Speaker, I will say just a few things. First, Madam Speaker, we all know that this country, through its cabinet, had placed a ban on the importation and dealing in all GMOs, all the way from 2012. Madam Speaker, it is surprising indeed that a purported cabinet meeting is said to have lifted the ban on GMOs. Yet we know that that so-called cabinet meeting couldn't have been a cabinet meeting. If you read Article 152, Sub-Article 1, the cabinet is defined as the president, the deputy president, and cabinet secretaries, including the AG. And if you go to 152, Sub-Article 2, the president is supposed to nominate cabinet secretaries and appoint them upon approval by this House. So the Constitution does not contemplate the president sitting with some members of an old cabinet and calling it a cabinet meeting. The Constitution does not envisage a situation where the president can sit with people whom he has not nominated nor appointed as cabinet secretaries. And therefore, if indeed it is true that that meeting, which I can call a baraza, ever lifted the ban on GMO, then it remains illegal. That is one. Two, Madam Speaker, there are reasons why GMOs were banned by the cabinet way back in 2012 by the Kibaki government. We haven't been told what has changed since then to warrant the unbanning of GMOs in this country. So we still expect that the president and his cabinet will come forward and explain to Kenyans what has informed this latest decision to allow the importation of GMOs into this country. Secondly, Madam Speaker, it is the matter of the importation of GMO maize, as pronounced by the Cabinet Secretary responsible for trade and industry. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, I believe we are creating an artificial shortage of maize. I strongly believe that we have got enough maize in this country, including maize which is currently being harvested by our own farmers in Rift Valley and other areas of this country. And even if it were true that there was some shortage of maize in this country to warrant importation of maize, why do you import GMO maize? Do we have a shortage of conventional maize in the market? Are we having a shortage of conventional maize in the world market to warrant us importing GMO maize for the first time in this country? And secondly, Madam Speaker, secondly, this importation of the 10 million bags or so of maize, when was it sanctioned? By who? And what is the procurement process within the meaning of Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015? What procedure has been followed in the importation or in the impending importation of these 10 million bags of maize, Madam Speaker? Could we be creating an artificial shortage, creating a crisis to enable racketeers to start benefiting from issues that actually are of great concern to the country? As Honorable Kenyatta was saying a while ago, there are reports that already maize has docked in Mombasa. When was this maize imported? When was the procurement done? From who? At what cost, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, as we speak, farmers in Rift Valley are facing a serious threat of being left with their maize in their homes or in their farms. Because if you bring in this maize, Madam Speaker, and somebody is saying that farmers are hoarding maize, farmers are not mad. They are not crazy to hoard maize for nothing. Every other farmer would want to sell their produce to get money. Farmers have got no school fees. Farmers are having problems. No one in their right senses would hoard maize or any other commodity if they can sell it and get money. And therefore, the argument that farmers are hoarding maize is not true. Farmers in this country have suffered for too long. I thought that this government was going to come to their aid. But how wrong was I? How wrong was I?
Your time is up. Your time is up. Every other member is 5 minutes. Only the two co-movers had 10 minutes. Honorable Pio and I will add you 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I was just saying that I had hoped, given the rhetoric that brought this government into being or into office, that they would do the noblest of things and protect our farmers. But if in the first 60 days in office, the first targets, the first victims of this government are farmers, the first victims of this government, which came into power on the basis of hustler empowerment, is farmers. Farmers in Western Kenya, farmers in Rift Valley, farmers in Nyanza. Madam Speaker, how callous can the government be to subject farmers, hapless farmers, to this kind of misery, Madam Speaker? So members need to stand firm and defend our own farmers and call out the Cabinet Secretary for Trade and Industry. A cabinet is such an important institution that we cannot extend jokes and juvenile pranks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Cabinet Secretaries swear to uphold the Constitution and protect the dignity of the offices that they hold. And therefore, I will fully support any effort or any initiative to rein in such Cabinet Secretaries that will subject this country to unnecessary ridicule. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right. This chance will go to the member for Kangema, Honorable Peter Kihungi.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I start to oppose the motion. Madam Speaker, the issue of GMO has been used by civil societies and people who oppose it and oppose its use without facts. Yes. Madam Speaker, we have to start with our country. In 1984, I was a young boy when the country was at a high drought, and the country, we were supplied with yellow maize. Everybody was opposing yellow maize. But why do you allow our people to die? Just for the fact that you are proud that you don't want to eat yellow maize, and it's eaten all over the world. Madam Speaker, we want to say that the issue of GMO, it has been exaggerated. Nobody has fact. If you look to countries that has allowed GMO, like South Africa, the life expectancy of South Africa is higher than in Kenya. Therefore, you find people who are consuming GMO, their life expectancy is higher. Madam Speaker, everybody is consuming broilers. Broilers are the same as GMOs, in this KFC and Garitos. But Madam Speaker, nobody opposes them. Madam Speaker, we wish to oppose the motion. Let the country, let the president, let the minister just come up with a solution of how we lower the cost of unga, how we lower the cost of farm input, mostly the farm inputs for our daily, so that, Madam Speaker, we can be able to start working on this country. GMO is all over the world. The GMO has not been challenged directly. It's only rhetorical, which has no fact. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we start to oppose the motion, and we start with our minister and our president. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
All right. The next chance will go to the member for Kamukunji, Honorable Yusuf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I raise to support the motion on mainly two reasons. One is the fact that GMO, the technology used in GMO, is a controversial, significantly controversial technology, and many countries have banned or restricted the use of GMO. And even then, we have banned it for over 10 years, and there has never been a good reason to explain the rash decision by the president who was in office for some few, excuse me, Madam Speaker, can you protect me from...
Honorable Ivo Bara, please do not obstruct the speaker with the person who is on the floor.
And even if you look, the president was hardly in office, maybe for 6 weeks, when he called the so-called meeting of the cabinet ministers and unbanned the use of GMO. There was absolutely no review, no explanation given as to why 10 years ago it was bad and it should be banned, and now that decision has been reversed. There has been no public debate, no discussion, no engagement. And therefore, the use of GMO is something that is so important that it cannot be left to a president, to a cabinet of some few ministers, or any other person. It is something that concerns all of us, and we should be able to engage and debate, and also ask the difficult questions. Why do we unban it now? What is the reason for it? It sounds very fishy. It sounds smelly. It sounds stinking in some ways, because it appears as if there is an attempt to use the problem of drought in our country as a pretext to bring this particular crops into our country through the back door. The second problem related to GMO is the cross-fertilization, the cross-pollination seeds. And these seeds are controlled and produced by big biotechnical transnational companies that are abroad. And those seeds are going to be very expensive, first of all. The growers have no rights, and they're going to devastate the local crops, the traditional cultural crops that our peasants and our farmers can plant. And therefore, this would be quite a devastating importation. And finally, Madam Speaker, is the issue of importation of GMO maize. Even if there is a necessity to import, why don't we import non-GMO maize, which is all over the market? It is something that we can purchase and bring into the country. But even then, it is the timing. Why do we bring in this maize at a time when our farmers are harvesting and there is sufficient maize on the market? So the question is, who is benefiting from this? Who is driving this idea? What cartels are likely to cash on this one? And why would the government that is committed to helping to develop our farmers is now undermining the very farmers it has been supporting by bringing in cheap GMO maize into the market and destroying them, destroying their market, destroying their livelihood? Therefore, I support and I reject the importation.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, let me just add my voice to this issue. One, Honorable Speaker, on the question of GMO. I think, Honorable Speaker, it's only fair that we address ourselves to both issues that are of science and factual. Because a lot of things are being peddled out there, Honorable Speaker, that may not necessarily be factual. And some based on science or research that was done years ago and has since been reviewed. And Honorable Speaker, it's only fair that at the appropriate time on the matter of the safety of GMO, we allow ourselves as a House through the relevant committees to interrogate the issues that are at hand, Honorable Speaker. And I know this is just a motion, as somebody alluded to, it's just a motion to talk and not to come up with any particular resolution. And therefore, in my talking, Honorable Speaker, to the issues, one, we must not be afraid of science. Two, Honorable Speaker, we must be very afraid of the peddlers of fear, Honorable Speaker. Because some of the people peddling fear out there stood where I am standing some time back during the Grand Coalition government and spoke loudly in favor of GMO. But today from outside there, Honorable Speaker, they are now speaking from the other end of the mouth, Honorable Speaker. And I don't want to mention names, Honorable Speaker. They know themselves. They know themselves. And I can see the Honorable Pio Wandai agreeing because he also knows them and they know themselves, Honorable Speaker. And when I say that we speak to facts, Honorable Speaker.
What is your point of order, Honorable Pio?
Madam Speaker, you know this is a House of Records. It can't be let to pass that I agreed with Honorable Ichungwa on his castigating unnamed persons who have since changed their minds on the matter of GMO. Madam Speaker, you know, we all agree that only fools don't change their minds. And new facts can emerge to warrant you.
Honorable Pio Wandai, that is a point of debate, and you've already contributed to this motion, so the majority leader...
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Pio Wandai, and he's a very good friend, of course he knows why he had to stand up, because that is a point of debate. And he wanted a debate on the issue, because he knows what I'm talking about. And he knows there are peddlers of fear out there. And they know they are peddling fear, Honorable Speaker, not because they are interested in the safety of the health of Kenyans, nor are they interested in the food security of our country, Honorable Speaker, but they are doing politics for the sake of doing politics. And I really want to plead with all of us, even as we contribute to this motion, to avoid the temptation to play politics with a matter that is so sensitive to the people of Kenya. Our people are hungry, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, science and innovation comes to help us get solutions to problems. And we're a country that year in, year out, every so many years, we are faced with a drought and famine. Honorable Speaker, if we find that certain innovations and science is the solution to some of these problems, Honorable Speaker, we should be bold enough to adopt these changes, Honorable Speaker, and allow our people to enjoy sustainable food security. Honorable Speaker, I did allude to when I was responding to the statement that had been sought by the Honorable Kosing, that indeed it is true that we are likely to have a better harvest this year from the statistics that we are seeing than what was there last year, Honorable Speaker. But that doesn't mean there will be no shortage of maize. As I indicated, we are the ministry is projecting close to about 30 million bags against a demand of 40 million bags. It is also true that a number of our farmers are holding maize, expecting that they will be able, Honorable Speaker, to fetch a better price after holding the maize. And that's why I was speaking to our farmers to please desist from the temptation of holding maize in the expectation that prices will go up. If anything, if you hold maize and there is a shortage, you allow now that window for importation of maize that will flood the market and the prices will come down. Therefore, let me also appeal to all of us as leaders to speak to our farmers, especially those in the North Rift, those in the South Rift, and other areas where we are growing maize, Honorable Speaker, that we be able to appeal to our farmers to stop holding maize, release the maize to the market, and allow the prices of even unga to come down, Honorable Speaker.
2 more minutes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I was saying if we could appeal to our farmers so that we are able also to help mitigate on the cost of living, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, farmers must also be aware that with the release of subsidized fertilizer this year, Honorable Speaker, their cost of production is likely to come down this year, Honorable Speaker. And I can see in many parts of the country, rains are now with us, and we pray to the Almighty God that the rains will persist and we'll be able to have even a better harvest next year and with lower input cost with the subsidized fertilizer in play. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to speak to the issue that was raised by the Cabinet Secretary in charge of trade, Honorable Speaker. There are certain sentiments that I would be hesitant to comment to in regard to what the Cabinet Secretary said. But the Cabinet Secretary is a man, is a businessman. He is in charge of a ministry that deals with trade matters. But there is also a Cabinet Secretary who is in charge of agriculture. And Honorable Speaker, I want to encourage the Committee on Agriculture to be able to engage with the Minister in charge of agriculture on the questions of how much maize is there, the shortage that is likely to be there, and whether or not we need to import maize. I think that matter would be better addressed by the Cabinet Secretary in charge of agriculture, as much as I am hesitant, Honorable Speaker, to comment to the other issues that might have been unfortunate from the Cabinet Secretary. But I also appreciate the fact that the Cabinet Secretary, who was quoted in the media, and that's why I'm avoiding to speak to it, did also speak and apologize to some of the issues he had said. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me again once more to beg our farmers, please let us not hoard any maize. Let us release this maize to the market and enjoy the prevailing prices that are indeed very good. Prices of between 5,300 to 5,500 a bag are very good for farmers. Continue holding, you are likely to fetch less than what is in the market today. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We have added the majority leader and the minority leader 2 minutes each, but going forward, 5 minutes will be the maximum. Every member, please take note. The next chance will go to the member for Ugenya, Honorable David Ochieng.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, issues of GMO are quite emotive, and I wish that in this debate we could put the matters, the Honorable Pukos, allow me to, we should put the matters where they lie. The matters of maize and the production of maize, Madam Speaker, lie elsewhere, away from the debate on GMOs, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, GMOs evoke emotive issues, moral issues, ethical issues, medical issues, scientific issues, Madam Speaker, that I don't think we are tooled enough with our bare hands as members of Parliament to determine, Madam Speaker. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we set up institutions in this country to help us deal with issues like such. Madam Speaker, we passed a law in this Parliament on biodiversity. We've passed laws here on biosafety. Madam Speaker, so I'm certain that our institutions that we have set up are able to advise us best on what GMO is right, what GMO is wrong, Madam Speaker. Where I stand, Madam Speaker, for example, my region, Western Kenya, does very well in cotton. Madam Speaker, we stopped growing cotton a long time ago, and indigenous cotton seed is not doing well, Madam Speaker. I would be persuaded, Madam Speaker, with right evidence that if we can get GMO cotton, the BIT cotton, BT cotton, Madam Speaker, could do well in Western Kenya, then we'd be advised to adopt BT cotton. In that case, Madam Speaker, I would be supporting any product, GMO, that is non-food. Cash crops like cotton, Madam Speaker, we could use that technology on GMO, let us produce more on cash crops, Madam Speaker. And so the idea that we will dismiss GMO just like that, Madam Speaker, is not right. There are areas, Madam Speaker, like food products where GMO may have problems. We've been told that GMO maize seed, Madam Speaker, if planted in Western Kenya, could wipe out our indigenous seed and would make us dependent on GMO seed, Madam Speaker. In that regard, therefore, GMO would be bad. And so I think it will depend on where you're speaking from, Madam Speaker. And so I want to persuade members here that where science is concerned, let us be guided by science. Let us not be emotional. Let us not throw out the baby with the bath water, Madam Speaker. We know that GMO has had disadvantages elsewhere. For example, if we don't have products that are labeled as GMO, and we are told, Madam Speaker, we are told that even as we speak today, as our markets, Madam Speaker, there are GMOs. There are oranges in our markets that have no seed. There are avocados that have no seed. We have fruits here that have no seed at all. Madam Speaker, today we import like chicken from South Africa. We import chicken from Europe. Who knows whether they are GMO or not, Madam Speaker? No one is labeling anything, Madam Speaker, and I think we are also having bodies that are failing. Madam Speaker, KEFIS, KEBS, the biosafety organization, Madam Speaker, they need to advise us because we cannot be dealing with very uncertain situations like this, so we don't know what we are feeding on. So it's important that we also put the bodies we've set up by law to task to advise us as a country on some of these things. Madam Speaker, we also know that GMO may encourage food intolerance, may come with allergies, may come with, Madam Speaker, patent issues, that today in Ugenya, someone can go to his farm, pick a maize cob, keep it in the roof. The next season he can plant it. But with GMO, he'll not be able to do that, Madam Speaker. And so people must know both the advantages and disadvantages of GMO before we are asked to embrace them, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, even as I say that, last week we were told that the world is now 8 billion people. 8 billion, Madam Speaker. So it raises issues of food security. If as a country we can develop a method where we can make food cheaply, we can produce food in huge numbers, Madam Speaker, we'll be in a good state. And so I want to advise all of us that in this debate on GMO and non-GMOs, let's allow science to guide us. But as to whether we should import maize tomorrow, Madam Speaker, I'm against totally until we finish our stock of maize in the country before we start talking about maize from elsewhere. Otherwise, we are looking at a scandal in the next few months with PSCs asking where did the money come from, and questions have been asked about this. Let there be transparency if you are to import anything into the country called maize. Madam Speaker, thank you, and I beg.
Member for Seme.
Speaker, the issue of GMO, the debate has actually turned political. There is the issue of health, then the issue of environment and agricultural economy, which also includes the fate of our farmers. On health, I'll make it, in my mind, extremely simple. The data we have on GMO is not conclusive. There is data that indicates that GMO is actually safe. There is also data that indicates that GMO is not safe. The rule of the thumb in health, if there is doubt, you avoid it. You do not take the risk. So as a country, I think we take the rule of the thumb, that where there is doubt, we avoid it, we don't take risk with the health of our people. Two, the economic element is even bigger, and that is why it is being pushed from outside. And that is simple. When you get these seeds here and you plant these seeds are actually going to affect our seeds. As Honorable Uching was saying, the GMO seeds themselves, once they planted, the products will themselves not grow if planted. So you must buy the seeds. That would be okay if we were ready to buy seeds all the time. But the real problem is, once you plant even a few GMO seeds here, through pollination, they'll affect the local seeds. That means even the local seeds which would propagate themselves easily, so that farmers would now grow and next year take some seeds and plant, will not be able to do that, because the seeds will have now acquired the genes of the seeds that do not propagate themselves further. The effect is we will have to buy seeds all the time, and those seeds are patented. So what they are doing, if we bring these seeds, they'll even bring just a little to actually contaminate our seeds, then it is done. We depend on them. So, Madam Speaker, this is not something we should not move up. Then the third thing is simple. Now this debate has come because farmers are saying they have maize which is not being bought and maize is being imported. Madam Speaker, do we need to make any further consideration? If people say they have maize, then the question comes, why were we importing maize? GMO or not? There must be other motives. To me, it is as simple as that. There are other motives, and therefore I will support the motion and look at it very simply. All the evidence available saying at this time we do not need them. And let's ask ourselves finally, Madam Speaker, do we have shortage of food because we are not using GMO seeds? Our problem with food is to do with our agriculture. Where are our extension workers? How are our irrigation schemes working? We cannot
Order members.
We cannot solve this problem
of
our
order members. I don't know why your hands are up. Honorable Millie Odhiambo, Honorable Rosa Buyu, no, not the chance. Please put your hands down. Insert your card. If I cannot see you, you know what channels to use, but do not raise your hands. We are not in a classroom, please.
So, go on. So, Madam Speaker, if we are not looking after our agriculture, we don't even have extension farmers. We do not have even seeds for our farmers. We do not have fertilizers for our farmers. We are not looking at our irrigation schemes. Is the solution GM maize? We go back and solve the problem, which is safe, which we are sure of scientifically. So, Madam Speaker, I support the motion. It is not time to go to GM foods.
The next chance will go to the member for Marakwet West, Honorable Timothy Toroitich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to speak on this subject matter. I want to thank my friend, Honorable Kirwa, for bringing this motion before this House. Madam Speaker, the issue of importation of maize in this country, it is unfortunate. In my own opinion, it is a tragedy of monumental proportions. Madam Speaker, we have enough food supply in this country, especially when it comes to maize. It has never happened, Madam Speaker, in the history of this country, that we are importing maize at a time when at the North Rift and South Rift, we are harvesting maize. Madam Speaker, it has never happened, and we condemn the same in the strongest terms possible. Madam Speaker, if you look at the cost of maize production in this country, this year, fertilizer was 7,000 shillings, diesel price was high, and other farm inputs, the prices were high. So, Madam Speaker, if you look at the cost of production of maize, in where I come from, it totals to 35,000 to 45,000 per acreage. Madam Speaker, if this maize is imported to the country, Madam Speaker, that will mean that the prices will drop, and that is what we stand to condemn before this House. Madam Speaker, on the issue of GMO, I have no more authority to discuss the same because I'm not a scientist, but there is a controversy on whether the same is good or bad for human consumption. Madam Speaker, if there is a controversy, then the same should be discarded because the same was lifted, the ban was lifted by the cabinet, or so they say, without the consultation of this House. Madam Speaker, we stand before this House as the true representative of the people. I'm surprised, Madam Speaker, that even the Committee on Trade, the Committee on Agriculture, the National Assembly committees and the members are not aware of this lifting of the ban and on the importation of the GMO maize. Finally, Madam Speaker, if the importation was necessary, then I believe that there are many other countries that grow maize, and they sell the maize at a cheaper price. Madam Speaker, the CS, Moses Kuria, Honorable, specifically stated that the importation is in respect to GMO maize. Countries like Zambia, Tanzania, Uganda grow maize that is not GMO, and they sell the same at a cheaper price. So, Madam Speaker, we need proper investigations so that we know the intention of the importation that has been executed by the CS. Madam Speaker, we are informed, although the allegations that, as we speak, there is a ship that has docked in Mombasa port, and the same is carrying 10,000 bags of maize. Madam Speaker, how can the same be done without gazettement of the same? So we need to look into this issue critically so that at the end of it, we don't disadvantage the hardworking farmers who have gone to their land, they have cultivated, they have planted maize, they're harvesting, and then they get the disadvantage of the price. Number two, we do not import harmful products, harmful maize that our people will consume in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the member for Dagoretti North, Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support Mr. Speaker. This is Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we debate this motion, one of the things we need to ask ourselves as a country is that we have never even sat down to discuss why is it that our country, many of our families are suffering today because of cancer. And it is because we decided food is being imported in this country. We will never be told whether they are GMOs, whether they are organic. We have very many fruits that we are eating today that are imported. We have very many foods that are in supermarket. Our children nowadays eat KFC. And it is a matter, and that is why I think it is important to start now questioning. Before even we come to now the issue of GMO maize, we must question the foods that have entered this country. Do we have reports that say they were fit for consumption, or we decided to just, because it's business and we want to make money? I think that is what is ailing our country. Today now our farmers, our fathers in the North Rift, in Western, in Lugari, they have maize, Madam Speaker. And today we are saying that we have 10,000 bags of maize at the port. I mean, one of the things we need to be asking ourselves is that we know the process of buying maize in this country. We know that it is passed in Parliament. Parliament will know, it will be gazetted, that indeed there's drought and there's need of food. And at that time, we'll be told in the cereal boards, we don't have enough maize. So as we move on as a country, and as we look at the government now, I think it is important for this House to stand firm and remember how the farmers have been crying about their maize, how the farmers were crying in 2017, 2018. And I remember one time when Senate went to Eldoret, what they went through. I think that is what we are going to go through if we do not stop the government and first of all ensure the maize that are with farmers are bought and with good price. Because when you look at the cost of doing a farm, an acre in this country, surely farmers spend the highest. And yet, we are here, we are about to now bring in cheap maize. We have forgotten they have spent money. We've had COVID. They've had to go through a lot before we arrive to where we are. I think, Madam Speaker, it is unfair for the government to forget we have just come from a pandemic, that we need our farmers to also make money. That you brought in fertilizer. What was the purpose of bringing fertilizer and then now you bring maize? And you have just brought in fertilizer for them again to go planting. Honestly, I think it is like the government looks in the eye of farmers and just decide to abuse their goodness, to abuse, because they will be able to buy organic and let others, especially those in Nairobi, now to start eating GMO. Because they know in the informal sectors, people are suffering. In the informal settlements, people don't have food. But you can't bring organic. You can't bring GMO for them to survive. And yet we are here saying we don't even have a solution to bring in a good cover to make sure families that are being auctioned by hospitals to be able to survive. So for me, Madam Speaker, as I finalize, I think it is important for the government to have just that respect of those who have just voted them in and to ensure that they can also tread. But more importantly, we as Parliament must question the Minister. The CS must bring us a report on what research he went through to come up and say we need to import such huge amount of maize into this country. Is it that that country is trying now to come and offload what they planted during COVID in our country? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kimilili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I will first begin by saying that I first take instructions from the people of Kimilili constituency, and that I will never use the platform of Parliament to say things that will make them cry. But I will use this platform to say things that will breed hope in them. We have had discussions, Madam Speaker, that we have people in this country who are dying of hunger. They are dying of hunger not because there is no food in this country. They are dying of hunger because they do not have money to buy food so that they can eat, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we campaigned on the platform of guaranteed minimum returns. the issue to protect our local farmers, our local industries. We've been saying, buy Kenya, build Kenya. Madam Speaker, I can testify before any group of people, before any committee, that indeed we have enough maize in North Rift, we have enough maize in Bungoma. Personally, Madam Speaker, I have 2,500 bags of maize in my store. The only available market for this maize are boarding schools. The only available market for this maize are middlemen who come to buy in Korokoros in small scale, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, traditionally farmers have sold their maize to National Cereals and Produce Board. This government entity as we speak today is closed. When somebody stands and say that farmers are holding maize, Madam Speaker, I feel like I should cry. I feel like we are people who are completely detached with the reality. And when I stand here, Madam Speaker, there is one thing that I will never do. I appreciate the efforts of government of Kenya, led by our President William Ruto, to improve the life of every single citizen in this country. And I will always assist him by not being a chester in the royal crown. I will always say we are naked as a government. I will never mislead the government by saying we are not naked when we are naked, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 10 years ago, the sugarcane industry was doing very well in this country until the discussion began that we don't have enough sugar in this country. We have to import some sugar from some countries. That is what made the sugarcane industry begin to limp. As we speak now, is no more. I want to ask most of our friends who are not coming from maize growing zones that yesterday it was sugarcane, today it's maize, tomorrow it could be milk, the other day it could be tea, Madam Speaker. Even when we reach a time when we have no maize in this country, we don't have to import GMO. We can import maize from Uganda. We can import maize from Tanzania. We can import maize from parts of the African countries that grow good maize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to challenge the Honorable Moses Kuria. I felt like I should not respond to him, but because I was not sure whether, when he made that statement, whether he was coming from a bar or a church. So that's why I will decide to engage him. And that was a very reckless statement. It's a statement that doesn't inspire hope in our people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to tell this country that even during the time of Jesus, the very many people who led to the spread of the gospel were not very many. They were very few. The majority were persecuting those who are found with the Bible. And I want to assure Kenyans that I will continue to advocate for no importation of maize until we have mopped up enough maize in this country. Before we go to that, Madam Speaker, we should revive the National Strategic Reserve and ensure that it have got enough maize there, Madam Speaker. I know time is not on my side, but I support this motion by a Member of Parliament for Mosop, by Honorable Kirwa. We need more than 10 Kirwas. This country will change. You don't need to change any law. But people who think forthrightly like Abraham Kirwa, this country will change, Madam Speaker. I support.
Thank you. Member for Endebess, Dr. Pukosa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute. And I want to pick from where my colleague, Honorable Didmas Barasa, just left, that we have enough maize in the North Rift, within Trans Nzoia and Bungoma, enough that we should not be importing maize at this moment when our farmers are harvesting. I want to make it clear that I heard the majority leader say that we are harvesting about 30 million bags, so we will have a deficit of 10 million. When we get that deficit of 10 million, that's the right time to import. It is not now. And it will be prudent for us. We can import from Uganda. in Endebess essentially borders Uganda. And many of our farmers from Kenya, they go and plant in Uganda maize because it is cheaper to hire land in Uganda. You can lease land at about 5,000 shillings Kenyan money per acre. Yet in Kenya, we lease between 12,000 to even 15,000. So it is cheaper to lease there. And the people who have leased in Uganda, they are Kenyans. Who are farming in Uganda, they are Kenyans. And it is once the productivity is high there, once they have produced their maize, they bring it to sell it to us. And many of them are facing restrictions at the border, where when they are coming with their maize to sell it back here at home, they are being asked for taxation at the border. The KRA are demanding some tax from them. They are demanding some money from the lorries which they are ferrying, which I think is unnecessary restrictions if we need to be able to make our people to be food sufficient. We've also, the previous regime, we have the shamba system within the communities neighboring the forest. In this shamba system, we plant trees. And when we plant trees, we also plant maize. Once the trees becomes to a certain level, then you can no longer be able to plant maize. So it kicks you out of planting maize. The regime that was there discouraged those communities, the CFS, from planting maize, that they plant short-term crops. These short-term crops were tomatoes, which could not be able to perform in that area. So in a way, we even contributed to food deficit. Because if we had allowed these farmers, in addition to taking care of the trees, because in these areas where they are planting, we call it pellies. These are areas where trees have already been cut and harvested by the timber companies. So the land has been left fallow. The communities surrounding it form the CFS, which now plant maize and plant trees. They are taking care of those trees. Once the trees reach a certain level, it chases away those who are planting maize. So in a way, we've not been able to, we've made our farmers to be poor. We've impoverished them. We've made them not to have any food for themselves. And yet here we are complaining. The government has said we are subsidizing fertilizer, which is a good thing. But let's subsidize fertilizer for the next crop, because the current crop, the cost of production was just too high. We were buying fertilizer at around 6,000. We were buying maize seed at 10 kilograms at around 2,000 or 3,000. Now, then you are plowing because of the cost of fuel. It was also high. Then here we are trying to tell farmers that at this time when the millers are trying to blackmail farmers that we want to import GMOs so that farmers can bring down their prices. It is wrong. The market forces should be able to control. The farmers should be able to sell now their maize at around 6,000 per 90 kilogram. If that is the price, we'll be able to mop out all the maize that is available there. But the government can even do better. They can open national cereal boards and purchase for farmers and feed Kenyans who are not having food in other areas. With those few remarks, I want to stand with the Honorable Kirwa, the member for Mosop, on this important motion on adjournment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Suba North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for indulging me. Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate that the government needs to listen to the members of parliament, because members of parliament deal directly with the communities. And if you listen to a house where both sides of the house are almost speaking with one voice, then you need to know that there's a problem. And if the people who are coming from maize growing areas are telling us that there's enough maize, why are we importing? Unless our main intention is to kill our farmers. So I would want to urge the government to listen to that. I also want to add my voice to the issue of GMOs. Madam Speaker, one of the members when they were speaking earlier was saying that most of us are speaking out of conjecture. Madam Speaker, I'm glad this House has people who are very well educated. My master's I did on intellectual property rights on plant genetic resources. And I can tell you one of the main things I dealt with was GMOs. And I can tell you that even in the United States, where Bill Gates is coming from, this is a very contentious issue. And if it is so good, then he needs to go and sell the GMOs in his own country. We cannot be used as guinea pigs for things that we don't know yet, and the impact as this country. We are already dealing with a high impact of cases of cancer. We don't know if these GMOs are going to cause cancer, or if actually they are the ones contributing to cancer, because somehow people still find a way of bringing them in. So, Madam Speaker, let us not use our children and our people as guinea pigs. We are not saying we should completely outlaw, but let us test, let us research, and once it is proven, I want to even thank Dr. Nyikal, that from a health perspective, where you are not sure, where research is giving divergent views, avoid. And I think it's Honorable Beatrice that talked about, we have just dealt with COVID. We don't know where COVID came from. For all we know, COVID could have been generated from GMOs. If you actually, because we don't have time, if I actually was able to read for you even how this GMO is generated, I don't even understand how we can even be sitting here thinking about it. And Madam Speaker, there's also one thing that people have talked about here, which I want to stress, that we want to kill our farmers. In India, when these issues came, farmers were lighting themselves and dying because their livelihoods were being threatened. Why? Because of intellectual property rights. Once these seeds are produced, you cannot regrow the seeds. You must buy the seeds all the time in order to plant. What does that mean? That all our farmers will be buying seeds from the US all the time, from other countries all the time. Does that poor farmer in Rusiga or in Mfangano Island have the money to be rebuying seeds? What I know is our grandparents and our great-grandparents kept seed on the roofs for indigenous plants. And what they do is every planting season, you use it and reuse it. Another thing the other problem that we have with GMOs is they are not resilient to the diseases and the weather in our countries. And sometimes they may yield good produce, but if unfortunately they get one attack, because of their homogeneity, the entire populace of crops is destroyed. So let us not, it is proven, it is things which we have learned, which we have looked at. It's not things conjecture. And it is not about politics. When Honorable Sally Kosgei was the minister, and I was here in the 10th Parliament, and she was bringing a bill on that, and I was actually dissuading members from outside there, and she got very upset with me, because we were on the same side. Not because I was playing politics, because I am not playing, but I was talking facts from what I've learned in school. So I'd want to encourage us, as a country, let us think of our people, let us not kill our people, because the lure of money is very attractive for now. And I just want to encourage my brother Moses Kuria, that now he has a very good position. Be careful about what you say. Kenyans are poor, Kenyans are hurting, Kenyans are hungry. Careless statements can take us in a wrong direction. I thank you, and I want to thank Honorable Kirwa for this important motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the member for Bomet East, Honorable Richard Yegon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me rise to also give my voice to this very important issue regarding the GMO. And I would like to say, from the voices of what that we have heard from this August House, it seems that this country has got enough maize, which needs to be checked and made sure that we buy those maize first of all before we go out of this country and procure maize. Madam Speaker, it has come to our knowledge very many times that the powers that be normally try to look for things and ways of trying to bring things from outside before checking what is in the country first. In fact, from the area which I come from the South Rift, we used to plant a lot of maize, and it used to do very well until it has reached a time whereby I think there is something which was brought into the South Rift, which is killing maize. And I think if we are not careful again, this thing is going to be taken into the North Rift, where we are getting a lot of a good harvest, and we want to urge the government to make sure that we broaden our issues and check on the North Rift first, and then look at this maize which has been harvested and the one which is being harvested now. And those, we understand also the farmers are hoarding maize, that it is not because of their wish to hoard the maize. They are getting rough time in getting better prices. Now, what we are asking is that we want to see the Cabinet Minister of Agriculture and the Minister for Trade to come to this house. We are going to request that they can come here, we ask them all these pertinent questions so that we can address all of us and make sure that before we go the GMO way, we exploit all the avenues and see that we get what is in the country and buy from the farmers. I stand to support the motion, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member for Starehe, Honorable Amos Mwago. If not in the House, Member for Kitui Central, Dr. Makali Mulu. If not in the House, we will have the member for Samburu West, Honorable Naisula Lesuda.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise to support this very important motion by Honorable Kirwa. And I just want to say that listening to my colleagues, it is very clear that as a country, we don't have an issue with food security. We have an issue with food distribution. There are parts of this country, as we've heard from our colleagues, and I don't think they're talking from the air. They come from these constituencies. They represent farmers in this country. And when they say that the farmers have maize, it is clear that farmers have maize. And then for us who are coming from areas where we are hardly hit by the drought, it is clear that we have a problem in ensuring that the food we have in other parts of the country reach other parts of the country that do not have food, Madam Speaker. And it is not just maize. I also saw farmers in Nyandarua and areas around there talking that they're feeding vegetables, potatoes, and even tomatoes to their livestock, when we have other parts of this country, people dying because of drought, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is important that even if, for whatever reason, we have to import maize, it cannot possibly be GMO maize. We have maize from our neighboring countries. We are speaking about regional integration, Uganda, and other countries, Madam Speaker, in East Africa that do have maize. We can import maize that is not GMO, Madam Speaker. And when, as a people and people who represent our people that sent us to Parliament, when we raise issues to do with GMO, it is so sad when you see those that we vetted, that we passed in this Parliament, making very condescending statements that you will die anyway. Would you rather die of hunger? That there are 1,000 ways of dying, Madam Speaker. It is very unfortunate. And also anyone who raises such questions to do with the safety of GMOs, you're told that you're rich. Let us not continue with these class wars about the rich and the poor. Anybody, all of us who are raising these issues is because we are raising them on behalf of the people that we do represent, and there's no need of calling others filthy rich and others poor, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to say this, that the same way there was a Gazette notice to ask for the importation of the 10,000, the metric tons that were being imported. If for sure farmers are hoarding maize, why haven't we seen the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture making a statement saying that we have a shortage of maize? Farmers, please, we have opened our NCPB. Please bring the maize that you have, and we will be buying the maize for this amount of money. Madam Speaker, we would also like to know the maize that is being imported at how much? Because this is where the cartels come in. You will find that the maize that is being imported is at 5,300 or 5,500 for a 90 kg of maize, but our farmers here are being told stop hoarding, and you want to buy the maize at 3,000 Kenya shillings. So please, we want to, you to be transparent with our farmers and say we have opened the stores, bring the maize so that we can buy, and we are buying at this price, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do not want to belabor the whole issues of GMO and their safety. When we raise these issues, it is important that you give us the answers. You're the policy makers. We have research institutions in this country. We want to be told how safe we are with the GMOs, and we will continue to ask these questions, and don't try to silence us by telling us that they are safe and we're being ignorant and we should argue with facts. When you tell us they are safe, also argue with facts. Tell us when the research was done by who, also give us the facts, and not only make the ones who are asking the questions about the safety of GMO to also look like we're ignorant and we don't know what we are talking about. If you know what you're talking about, please table and tell us when the research was done and where it was done, Madam Speaker. So with those very few remarks, I do want to support this very important motion. Thank you.
Member for Kwanza, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. First and foremost, I don't even know where this GMO is coming from. They have not told us. I don't know where it's coming from. I come from Trans Nzoia. I want to say here and be on record that I've got maize for last harvest, 500 bucks in my store in Kwanza, waiting for the prices to be all right so that I can be able to sell off. It has not happened. Now, as we are talking, we are harvesting maize, and I can tell you that we have enough. That's why, on point of order correction, I told the leader of the majority that he's talking about 30 or whatever. We have enough maize in this country, and therefore, all we need to do is to make some corrections. I have no problem, but we have messed up the whole system. We had Strategic Food Reserve organization, which was scrapped, and the serious board, National Serious Board, doesn't even know where the maize is coming from and how it's going to be stored. So, Madam Speaker, I want to make it very clear that instead of now talking about GMO, let's talk about the future, because we have enough. Like somebody mentioned, we can now be encouraged. The price of maize that we have expected was about 6,000 shillings. Give us 6,000 shillings, we release the maize to whatever store they are. If it's Trans Nzoia, we have enough stores in Trans Nzoia, empty stores in Trans Nzoia, and of course even Western Kishu, Western Province. Then let's now work on introduction of crops that grow, the maturity that can take less than 3-4 months. There's that short spell, I don't know what they call it, Katumani, I'm told. Introduce the crops that we can grow ourselves, indigenous crop, instead of getting things that I don't even know where they're coming from. I can tell you, every day, Madam Speaker, we are burying people, and it's because of cancer. We don't know whether that's because of the GMO we're talking about. It comes in fruits, whatever. We are eating wrong things. So, Madam Speaker, all in all, we have enough maize. And therefore, let's now ask members, farmers in the region. We can even help the ministries. We can go back to our areas and tell the farmers to sell the maize to the National Cereals Board. Keep that maize. That maize is more than enough for the next 6-7 months. Then, of course, we could be having another harvest. So this question of this GMO, if they have imported and it's in Mombasa, this House should reject. The maize could be returned to where it's coming from, because we have enough of that maize. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk about irrigation. Let's have irrigation. No, there's a dry spell, but we are experiencing rain now. We can have irrigation in areas where, like Kano Canal, what is it called? Canal Kulalu, where we have a lot of land. And go to Trans Nzoia. Trans Nzoia, we have ATC farms that are lying fallow. And I was yesterday, I managed to meet the managing director of ATC, and we talked about it. Please, there's no shortage of food in this country, unless somebody has got other interest, which of course, we don't want to say what it is, but we know that can also be a reason why they are urging that we actually import maize. For that, Madam Speaker, I want to say we should not allow, and I hope and believe that members here will reject that offer, and the maize can be returned to where it's coming from. I don't know where. They haven't even told us. I don't know where. Whatever it's coming from, I think unless there's an interest. I have no problem with my friend, the current minister. I have no problem, he has been here, but that is a wrong move, and we reject totally. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tigania West, Honorable John Mutunga. If not in the House, member for Keses, Honorable Julius Ruto. If not in the House, member for Mgwen, Joses Lelmegit.
Okay, thank you for indulging me, Honorable Speaker. I rise to concur with the Member of Parliament for Mosop, Honorable Kirwa, and support this motion that he has tabled in this House. Madam Speaker, we would like to ask the government, led by CS, the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Moses Kuria, to cease the importation of this maize, because as a Member of Parliament for Mgwen, as a representative of farmers back at home who have toiled hard, who have used a lot of costly farm input to plant maize, and now it's an harvesting season. I don't see the reason why the government should import maize, yet we have maize with the farmers in stores. I don't think it's the right time. The CS is putting the cart before the horses, simply because I would think that he would have waited for the maize reserves to be depleted so that he can import the deficit, probably early next year, probably in March or April next year, when he knows exactly how many bags that is of deficit. On the issue of GMO, we don't need to rush until we have proper laws, policies, and rules and regulations to govern the importation of GMO's food. The other issue is on the importation. I want to ask a question: is the importation meant to lower the cost of maize, or is it meant to cap the shortage of maize in this country? For that reason, we want to ask the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Trade if they would explain as to why they made that decision to import the GMO maize into this country. Yet, our farmers back at home, they were expecting to reap from the difficulty of the corona season and the high farm inputs. They thought that, thinking that they would make good money to continue with their businesses. I treat farming as a business, and with the spirit of bottom-up. This is against the spirit of bottom-up, because no country has ever developed without pursuing agriculture. And so we have to encourage our farmers to continue farming so that we can have sufficient food in this country, and not discourage them by importing maize, which will discourage them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Chesumei, Honorable Paul Biego.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise also to support what Honorable Abraham Kirwa has put on the floor of the House. I think I echo the sentiments that other members have said, and in line to his motion, is that as we come from the Rift Valley, the maize growing areas, and this time is time for harvesting. We have bumper harvest, and actually we don't understand why this had to happen this particular time. As the representatives of the people who are farmers, the people who are growing maize, it's quite unfortunate that such a decision can be made. And we are left to wonder why this kind of decision or why this kind of instructions are being given at a time when it's harvest time. So to me, and I know to my other colleagues, we would like to tell the CS that it is wrong timing, and we have to get our maths right, the numbers right. Let's get to know, is there really any deficit as at now? Because of course the farmers who spent a lot of money in terms of producing that maize would lose. And once we get the imports to the country, then for sure it will lower the prices of our the maize that has been harvested right now. So I think together with my other colleagues, I really support that the importation is wrong timed and that it should not be done at this particular point in time. In fact, it is a time when we are expecting our government to be able to buy maize from the farmers, and it's just the wrong time, Madam Speaker. So I've really stood to say that I'm not supporting the importation of maize at this particular point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next chance will go to the member for Kipkelion East, Honorable Joseph Cherorot. If not in the House, it will go to the member for Kericho, Honorable Beatrice Kemei. If not, it will go to the Honorable member for Narok, Honorable Rebecca Tonke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, don't know why the honorable member is very excited. But Madam Speaker, nevertheless, I stand also to support the motion that we should not have maize importation, because, Madam Speaker, the farmers are really suffering. And this issue whereby when farmers have bumper harvest and they expect the government to buy maize from them, then we have people importing maize, is actually taking our people backward. Madam Speaker, when you look at Narok, where I come from, Madam Speaker, kindly tell the honorable members to...
Honorable member for Narok, please address the Speaker.
Madam Speaker, you know, Emilio Tiambo is talking at a loud voice, so I can't even communicate. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I was saying that the people of Narok have, are also victims of this issue of importation. Because when you look at sugar, Madam Speaker, our people from Kilgoris do plant sugarcane. And when they plant sugarcane and then we import sugar, we find them having sugarcane not harvested for 24 months. Madam Speaker, it's the same thing that the government comes in, import maize, import sugar, and the farmers there suffer. So we want to actually support this motion so that our people get to harvest their produce and let them get market to sell. Madam Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. This chance will go to the member for Funyula, Dr. Wilberforce Oundo.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute on this emotive motion. For it is value that has brought this matter on the debate in the national floor. I support and I appreciate the mover of the motion. Honorable Speaker, the issue of GMO has been a debate with us for many, many years. It has metamorphosed from one level to another, from traditional seeds to hybrid seeds. We are not talking about genetically modified organisms of various scale and type. Probably this informs the decision why in 2009, this country, this National Assembly or this Parliament passed the Biosafety Act number 2 of 2009 that sets out the grounds, the process, and approach to ensure that any genetically modified product or organism is registered in this country. Question of safety, question of all those related to safety are clearly covered. Of course, there was a ban in 2010 of GMO issued by the then minister, I think it was Bet Mugo. That ban has subsisted for all these years until probably 2019, when there's a partial lifting in respect of BT cotton. Of course, it's telling that when the new Kenya Kwanza government came into place, they lifted the order that was initiated, that was placed in 2010. The question that we beg to ask, and this is a question that we need answers as soon as possible, was the lifting of the ban in compliance with the provisions of the Biosafety Act number 2 of 2009. That is something they need to tell us. Has there been adequate research? Has there been adequate safeguards to basically solve this problem? Probably in a bigger and a wider debate, is GMO of any nature a pinnacle to perpetual food security challenges in this country? Is it a response to climatic change? What is the positives and what are the negatives? Are we able to feed this world with the traditional ways of food production and agriculture? Those are the questions the scientists should come and tell us that we are safe or not. As it stands now, there hasn't been any communication from the authority established by Biosafety Act in respect of the security and safety of the food that we are looking about here. Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the debate so far, and the debate seems to be getting muddled up between commercial interest of maize farmers and the safety of imported maize. It would have been probably right to have allowed the two motions to run separately so that we discuss the issue of safety of GMO and separate it from the commercial interest of maize farmers. Honorable Speaker, it is on record that Kenyans are dying of hunger. It is on record that many parts of this country are having a severe problem of food deficiency. It is again an embarrassment to this society that there are places where we have abundant food that's actually being rotten. We have cases where they're hoarding staple food like maize, hoping to get better prices. Honorable Speaker, in a liberalized economy, we must be alive to the tenets and theories of supply and demand and the theories of pricing. Any consumer would prefer more for less. For sure, it is untenable, it is unfair to hold maize and fail to pay to release it in the market so that we can feed starving Kenyans. I would urge the farmers, wherever they are, you need to go back to the theory of production. Produce what you can sell in the market based on the market prices. As it stands, Honorable Speaker, even our colleagues here have admitted they have been hoarding maize. We know the days where we could punish such kind of behaviors are long gone, but probably we need to introduce that kind of measures so that we punish those people who hoard maize and cause national security, because you are hurting us lawyers and people who eat all the ugalis. You have something against us, and we'll sort it out in 2027. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Kabondo Kasipul, Honorable Ivo Barra.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I too stand to support the motion. Madam Speaker, I have two issues. Number one is the timing and the speed of lightning at which these matters were being progressed. Madam Speaker, in 2012, it was banned through the GMO was banned through a Gazette notice. Hardly 2 months in office, the new government has decided to lift the ban, and before we even blink, there is maize that is coming at the port. Madam Speaker, there was no public participation, and we did not see any gazettement of the same. Two, we are aware as a country that there was bumper harvest, mainly in the Rift Valley, and even within my constituency, which is also a breadbasket, in Kabondo Kasipul, we had maize. Madam Speaker, it is unfair. I would say that it is cold and being insensitive to the needs of our farmers to import maize at the time when they have maize in the store and not give them an opportunity to sell their maize at a fair price. Yes, it could be expensive, but why is the maize expensive? The maize is expensive because of the cost of production. Fertilizers were going for over 6,000 shillings, we are all aware of. We are also aware that the fuel price had gone up to plow our fields. With all these things combined, I would have expected the government to be sensitive and allow the farmers to sell the maize first before they even think of importing the maize. I would recommend that, one, they return the maize from wherever it came from, or two, should it find its way in the market, Madam Speaker, this maize should be clearly labeled as GMO so that the Kenyans can decide that they are buying the GMO or they are not buying, and properly segregated in the supermarket to show that these are all GMO and these are not, so that Kenyans can make an informed decision when purchasing the maize. Thank you very much. Once again, I support, and I want us as a country to take care of our people. Kenya can feed its people. We don't have to beg for food, and we don't have to bring food that is not fit for human consumption. Thank you very much.
I'll say it. The next chance I'll give to the member for Tetu, Honorable Geoffrey Mwangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also rein in on this debate. Though, Madam Speaker, I feel like we are discussing two things in one. One is the issue of the safety or lack of it of GMOs, and the second one is whether we should be importing maize at all, GMO or otherwise. Madam Speaker, I think we are all aware that this country is going through fairly tough famine and depressed rainfall. My people in Teto, Madam Speaker, are going through the 5th season without sufficient rain, which has left them food secure. And this is something that is also replicated in a number of other places across our beautiful republic. And so the issue of food security, the issue of food sufficiency is a very, very important matter. And what I feel is going on here is that farmers in certain parts of this country have had a good harvest, but they cannot sell their maize because they do not believe that the prices being offered in the market are sufficient. And Madam Speaker, it is important here to say that in this country, unless farming continues or unless farming makes economic sense, we are staring at a very bleak future. The average age of farmers, you know, is about 60. The young and the ones who are able and who have the knowledge have all but abandoned farming. And the food security in this country, the future of food security in this country is bleak. So we must start addressing, and the government must take seriously, when farmers say they cannot sell their maize because they feel the prices are below the market price, we must come in and see what to do to ensure that farmers can sell their maize profitably, because that is the only way we can continue incentivizing them to report to the farms and continue to produce food for the rest of the country. So I ask the government to look at what is going on in the market, increase the prices where possible, so that our farmers, they do not need any urging. When the prices are right, they will deliver the maize to the market, and there will be food sufficiency in the country. On the matter of GMO, Madam Speaker, I feel that this is an issue which even most people, depending on who you talk to, today maybe you are a believer in GMO, tomorrow you are an unbeliever. Because there is just so much that is said about these GMOs. And maybe debating this matter on the floor of the House, while good, may, some of us come from different backgrounds. You have accountants here, you have, marketers, and we are all attempting to discuss what is an otherwise very deep scientific issue. Maybe, Madam Speaker, what we need to do in this country is to lock some scientists in a room until they give us either white smoke or black smoke on GMO, so that we have a unified stand that is not politically aligned, so that I do not talk about the positivity or negativity of GMO depending on which side of the political divide I stand in. I speak about it depending, based on facts, based on figures, based on empirical evidence of whether there are any issues to do with GMO. A casual look, however, at GMO is that it is something we are already consuming. And there is, nothing that maybe has been raised that is, empirically substantiated against a GMO. So it is very, very important that here we are guided by science. And I don't know what guidance, Madam Speaker, you could give, because this is something that this House must address, not just for this motion that is on the floor of the House, but subsequently to rest this matter of GMOs once and for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member Fonyando.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And we are discussing twin issues here. The first issue relates to the genetically modified food, which has become a subject of discussion the last few days in this country. And number two, the opaque importation of certain maize consignment in this country. And I want to distinguish and isolate these twin issues. Number one, Honorable Speaker, whereas it is now common knowledge that there are 10,000 metric tons of maize at the port of Mombasa, the question that goes around, one, is whose consignment is it? Number two, when was tender for importation of this consignment flouted, and who won this tender? Number three, who ordered for this maize to be brought into this country, Madam Speaker? And it is coming at a backdrop of harvesting going on within the Rift Valley and other parts of this country, Honorable Speaker. What would then happen to the farmers in these regions? They just got heavily subsidized fertilizer from the government just the other day, and the fertilizer was meant to cushion farmers against the skyrocketing prices of farm implements. And today, they are harvesting when the same government that should protect them is bringing in food consignment into this country. So whereas we acknowledge that certain times regimes eat their own children, and we have seen them eating them right now in Rift Valley, courtesy of this importation, choices also have consequences, and these are the consequences that we just have now to live with. Honorable Speaker, the GMO has become so discordant, and each and every side of the divide you
What is out of order, Honorable Naomi Wako?
I hope I'll get my minutes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to give this point of order.
Is it in order when the honorable member is just referring to the current government as, you know, the government that is eating its own people? Because what the government is doing is caring for its people, and we know that many people are already suffering because they have no food on their, you know, at homes, and many people have survived on GMO. So I think I'm just asking whether that is in order for him to refer to the government as the government that is eating its own people.
Honorable Keller.
The timekeeper, kindly give me those 2 minutes. Well, I was taken aback this afternoon listening to members of parliament and members of the Senate from the Rift Valley castigating their own government for importing food consignment. So if people from Rift Valley can make that noise in a government that they were dancing to just 2 months ago, what else does it mean if not government eating its own children, Yawa? Or how do we put it? So, Madam Speaker, the GMO, as I said, has become discordant. You know, you hear from scientists who are totally against it. You hear other scientists also are for the GMO. But, you know, trivializing the genetically modified food to buttress the point that instead of people dying hungry, you'd rather give them something that will kill them slowly. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. If our scientists have been part and parcel of a discussion that has, you know, passed a poor verdict on GMO, then as a country we have to go slow. If the Western world is trying to push it into the African market, and that is their intent, whereas you have more people in America, 350 million people, only coming to target 50 million people in Kenya. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. You look at the element of transportation alone, all the way from the US overseas to Kenya. It doesn't make sense to me. And therefore, any discussion around GMO now, when our farmers are also subjected to some kind of ill treatment, I think should stop. And therefore, the Committee of Agriculture, which I believe will be receiving this report and will carry out some background check, needs to move speedily to put this matter to rest, Madam Speaker. I listened to Waziri, and I have heard people castigating him when he said, Waziri of Trade, my friend Honorable Moses Kuria, when he said, in any event, when you live in Kenya, there are many agents of death, and therefore adding GMO food isn't so bad. So in itself, the government has acknowledged that this is a bad thing. Then why force through our throats something that is already bad and has been declared so by the government? So we need to look at this thing comprehensively. I was very happy yesterday listening to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, putting this government on notice that this is not the right way to go. And we have to apply brakes where necessary, avoid GMO as much as we can, and let us protect our indigenous seeds and our farmers at the same time. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
This chance will go to the Chair of Agriculture Committee, Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this motion. Honorable Speaker, I think we are speaking about many things, but the motion is about importation or barring importation of GMOs. Honorable Speaker, I think the first thing I will try to clarify is the difference between GMO and the BT maize. Genetic engineering is a branch of science, a branch of biotechnology. Biotechnology is the broader sense of that science, of the broader spectrum, and genetic engineering, in a narrow sense, has to do with transfer of genes from one organism to another. The type of gene that can move from one organism to another is normally called a recombinant gene. It has to have that characteristic of being able to combine with the genes of that other organism. Honorable Speaker, GMOs, or genetically modified organisms, are all organisms, all forms of organisms, whether animals or plants, which have had their gene composition changed. All of them. Honorable Speaker, there is no evidence anywhere in the world, anywhere in any discourse, any scientific discourse or otherwise, to show that all GMOs are dangerous to human or dangerous to the environment. In this particular case, we are talking of a GMO called BT maize. And I will narrow my discussion specifically to the BT maize. BT maize is maize that has been made to protect itself through genetic transformation from the stalk borer, called maize stalk borer. This protection has been brought about by extracting a gene from a bacteria that is found in the soil. The soil outside there, Honorable Speaker, has that bacteria. The bacteria is called Bacillus thuringiensis. This particular bacteria has the characteristic of killing the stalk borer. The stalk borer is the larval form in the stages of development of these insects. There is the larval stage, the worm stage, the one that basically bores through the maize, the stalk of the maize, and therefore it has to be controlled by use of chemicals. What science has done is identified this bacteria which has the poison to kill this particular stalk borer. That is the only transformation that has been done to the normal maize, introducing this particular gene which makes the maize resistant to this particular worm or this particular larvae stage of the pest. Honorable Speaker, there are several things that come into play when you change the form of an organism. That is, you make it a GMO. Therefore, BT maize, it is called BT maize because it has the gene of a bacteria called Bacillus thuringiensis. That is why it is BT, Bacillus, and then thuringiensis T.
Order. Honorable Jared Okelo, what is out of order?
Honorable Speaker, I thank you. I do not really intend to cut short my very knowledgeable chair. And he has been introduced as the chair of agriculture. And I like his in-depth knowledge about this. But suffice to say, this matter will actually be appearing before him, so that as a committee, he will be bringing a comprehensive report to this House, for or against. But his defense of the entire GMO feeds into the resultant feature of what we expect from this House, Honorable Speaker. Whereas I'm really enjoying, the knowledge around the bacillus, all the microbes and all those. But I think he may...
But Honorable Jared Okelo, does the fact that he's the chair of Agriculture Committee take away his right as the representative of the people who brought him here?
Well, just like a judge sitting before a court of law, or rather to litigate a matter, and the judge takes a particular direction, just like what we saw during the Supreme Court decision the other day, when judges were calling things like hot air and wild goose chase and those other things. So when somebody who needs to sit on a matter already begins earlier in the morning to defend that same matter, which should be before him to litigate properly and prosecute to conclusion, I'm not demeaning him. I mean, I'm really enjoying the scientific terms that he's using to describe this. I'm not a scientist, but I'm really enjoying. But I'm also taking the part of caution that we need not to go that direction. Otherwise, we may spoil the report that this House is awaiting, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, but Honorable Jared Okelo, I think you are exaggerating the powers of a chair of a committee. The chair of a committee is like the speaker speaking with you now. He does not decide. He presides over the meetings of the committee. And in that meeting, the members have their decisions to make. And he does not have any casting vote there. Yeah, so Honorable Mutunga, proceed. Yes, Honorable Mutunga will proceed. And Honorable Mutunga, I'll add you 1 minute because your 1 minute has been taken away. Yeah. But it was still a very innovative issue, Honorable Jared Okel.
Excuse me. Speaker, I think the member is completely out of order because he does not even want to take time to understand the difference between GMO and BT maize. We are talking about BT maize here. What has been imported is BT maize. That is the GMO everybody is talking about. But GMO can lead to total transformation of an organism. That's what we are talking about. BMO is the broader sense of any organism that has been transformed. Organism. Honorable Speaker, I would not like to be corrected by anyone. Can you protect me from any kind of disruption?
Honorable Mutunga, you know, in law we have this doctrine called volenti non fit injuria. You've invited the problems to yourself. You cannot enjoy any protection from me. Add him 1 minute to conclude.
No. Honorable Speaker, I don't think I've spent my time. He has spent most of my time. And I have not said anything. Honorable Speaker, I don't think it is fair for that member to spend my time.
I've given you an additional minute.
Honorable Speaker, I think that is not fair. Being the chairman of agriculture does not make me, the knowledge I have, disappear from my head. It doesn't also deny me the opportunity to tell Kenyans the truth. And the truth is that BT maize is not, it's not in any case anything. It is a specific type of maize which Americans have eaten for 30 years. Are we trying to say that Kenyans have better, they have more special lives than Americans, than Australians, than Canadians? If there's a country that protects its people, those countries protect their people. We are talking of BT.
Honorable Moses Kirima is on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we have been told since we came to this parliament that when one arranges, must have a way of proving it. Do we have and that's my learned friend, my colleague, have a way of proving to us that the Americans have been consuming GMO maize for the last 30 years? Because we must have undocumented evidence. Whoever arranges must prove.
And on further point of order.
Yes.
Further point of order.
Honorable Mutunga.
The internet and look for Bacillus thuringiensis, whether it is dangerous, and BT maize. And they also see America has eaten that particular maize for 30 years. It is already documented. We are not talking about things here. These are not hearsays. Let us not mislead the nation forever. We stopped importation of this 10 years ago. We were talking about GMOs 20 years ago. We are always saying there is not enough time. We said we have no capacity. We have capacity in KU, we have capacity in JKUAT, we have capacity in Kari, we have capacity in KEFIS. What is wrong with this country? We have to keep on going round and round, sensationalizing anything. Honorable Speaker, we are all getting out of order because we are not using knowledge to inform our decision making. We are using emotion and sensationalism to inform our decision making, and it is wrong. As a professional in this particular field, I will stand and say it is wrong. Let us use science to guide us to move forward. We cannot say we do science up to a certain level. Science is unlimited. Let us see what opportunities there are to help these people, our people. If nobody has ever died, nobody has ever been sick, the environment has never changed. I am an authority in environment. It has never affected any environment. So why are we saying that it is dangerous? What is the danger? Point at the danger, point at the danger. Let me talk about importation. It could be wrong to import any maize right now.
Just a minute. The question Honorable Kirima is asking is this, Honorable Mutunga, and if you answered it in a minute, we would proceed. Is your duty as a member of parliament here to the citizens of Kenya or to the citizens of America? That is the question I had, Honorable Kirima, too. And I think it's a very straightforward one. If you can answer it, we will give time to the next person to speak.
Give me time to answer the question.
1 minute only for him to answer.
Okay, 1 minute to answer the question. I said there is no proof of any danger. And I said people like us, who have DNAs like us, who have blood like us in our system, in the systems like ours, have eaten this for 30 years.
And I gave a specific example, and it is documented. Just look through, you'll see it. So what else, what other proof does the member need? Honourable Speaker, it is wrong to import when we have surplus. When we have glut, we shall depress the prices. But if we do not have enough, it is in order for the government to import maize. Let people not sit here and say we should watch at maize skyrocketing because we want to protect a small section of this country to sell their maize fast before you can import. We need to arrange, it's called supplies management. We need to manage it well. We need to have people feed. We need as many bags of maize as there is the population of Kenya. That is the simple arithmetic in terms of the maize balance sheet.
You made your point, Honorable Mutunga, the Chair of Agriculture Committee. May we have the MP for Kisumu West, Honorable Rosa Buyu.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Kenyans watching us on TV today are very happy Kenyans. Because for the first time in a long, long time, the two sides of parliament or political divide have come together to protect their lives. The constitution that we passed in 2010 by over 67% majority mandated and gave the responsibility to the government to protect the lives of every Kenyan. In no article whatsoever do you find the government being mandated to look for new ways in which Kenyans can die. So when you have a minister in the government actually coming up to applaud GMO because it's a new way that Kenyans can die from, it is unfortunate. Instead of protecting lives, the government is spending its time looking for opportunities and different innovative methods through which Kenyans can die. So depression, hunger, cancer, and all other things that currently kill Kenyans are not enough causes. The government must still look for yet another cause. Mr. Speaker, that makes me a very sad Kenyan. It makes me wonder what this bottom-up philosophy is all about. Because during campaigns, we were told that bottoms-up is actually elevating and bringing up the vulnerable people in the society so that they can also feel like they're people in this society. But with one hand, the government will subsidize fertilizers so that Kenyans or the farmers can actually enjoy a better yield and surplus yield. But when that happens, then they kill you with the other hand by importing GMO that will obviously suppress sales of any of the yields that you've had. So what is the government doing? It is actually spending money that it doesn't need to spend. Because when you subsidize fertilizers, it comes from the money that the government has collected from its people. But then on the other hand, when we've used that money well, and we've planted our maize, and we've got surplus where we are supposed to enjoy the impact of subsidies from fertilizers, you are actually bringing in GMO or other maize to suppress what we've already had. So the government really does not know what it's doing. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that today we've seen our brothers and sisters crying in many parts of the country where they've enjoyed good yields. They are crying and saying...
Order, Honorable Rosa Buyu. Honorable Naomi Wako, what is out of order?
I respect Mheshimiwa Rosa, and she's my good friend. But, Mr. Speaker, is it in order for her to say that the government does not know what it's doing when this is the government that is leading the country and doing its best to serve the people?
Honorable Rosa Buyu.
I think we are here to speak. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you. But I think in this House, we are here to give our opinion. And that is a matter of opinion. She can defend that government because she respects and thinks it's doing a good job. I can choose to respect the people of Kenya. who are crying for the sweat and the effort that they've put in that is now being trashed because the government has decided to bring in GMO maize. Mr. Speaker, we've watched many Kenyans die, very slow, painful deaths. And if there is any iota of suspicion that GMO could lead to slow deaths of Kenyans, why on earth would the government ignore that and decide that it's going to go on anyway and import GMO maize? Wouldn't the government, if it was responsible, take its time, let the debate go on, put more effort on finding the reality of GMO maize before it hurriedly brings in the maize to kill more Kenyans? Mr. Speaker, I know I come from an area where we don't grow too much maize, but I'm standing here as a Kenyan because what Rift Valley suffers from, all Kenyans will also suffer from that. So don't tell me that I should not speak, I should speak about fish because I know nothing about maize. I'm speaking as a Kenyan, and I'm requesting the government to put Kenyans first, because when it doesn't, it actually points to some cartel trying to bring money and trying to take advantage of the drought and the suffering that Kenyans are currently undergoing so that they can make a kill. Many parts of this country have actually come out to say that they have a lot of maize. The government, all the government has to do is to find a way of moving that maize from where it's surplus and take it to the parts of the country that is actually experiencing drought so that no Kenyan can die of hunger. But instead, the government finds it much easier not to move and mop the maize from within the country, Kenya, but finds it much easier to import maize from afar. If that is not an action of a group of cartels, then I don't know what is. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion by Honorable Kirwa that under no circumstance should we approve the importation of GMO maize into the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Rosa Buyu. Honorable Samuel Moroto, MP for Kapenguria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to add my voice. I stand to support the motion because from experience, Mr. Speaker, there are just some questions I'm asking myself. What made it that time when this thing was put aside, the GMO issue by the government? And what has come up now, that now we are lifting whatever we ban, and we are bringing in without any explanation. This is what Kenyans want to know. I remember early, mid-1970s, the coffee farmers were doing very well until when there was a black market which started in Chepkube. Chepkube is in Uganda, but bordering Kenya and Uganda, for coffee. All the people who are supposed to buy our products, the coffee from Kenya, were going to take from there. And that one, it brought the farming of coffee down. Up to now, the farmers there are crying. The same to this one here. There were scientists who were there before. And they came through, and they read, and they came and advised the government. And that's when the government came and banned the GMO supplies. Now, I don't know what kind of other scientists who have come now to advise the current government to go back and open without even bringing the, alerting people and giving people reasons why they are starting this GMO or want to bring GMO. Some of us come from areas where we are depending on relief food. But we cannot accept the food that will come and kill us. We better fight with our anger than getting something that a poison that will come and hurry our lives, Mr. Speaker. We need to be serious here. We are Kenyans and we are the representatives of the people. Around from 1997 to 2002, the price of maize came down just because of the system. I remember even a bag of maize was selling at 300. It's only when Kibaki came in, between 2003 to 2007, is it? I think so. That is when the prices went up to 2,000 plus of a bag. So we need to reason and forget about politics when we are here. Let us care about the lives of the people. And go to history. What made these people, what made government at that time to ban the GMO food? And what has come now that somebody can stand just in a meeting, only about 20 to 25 people deciding. In fact, we are more in this house than what they had in their cabinet meeting. Mr. Speaker, I'm a Christian, and we always deal with the sins. We cannot encourage. When things are going wrong, we say this is wrong. When things are going good, we say yes. I come from West Pokot in Kapenguria. It's just a neighboring Trans Nzoia. I have also some farms I'm farming in Trans Nzoia. Like my colleague from Kwanza said, I also have 1,900 bucks in the store. Because we fear. So, because I fear to sell out at this throwaway price, and I harvested many, and I used a lot of money to bring this maize up. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the motion and ask the Agriculture Committee and all of us here to engage even the government and the minister so that they cannot play with us now. This is early. The government is beginning now. So if they miss early like this, how they...
The MP for Kilgore is the Honorable Julius Olesunkuli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also stand to support this motion. And Mr. Speaker, there are, of course, the twin problems. One of them is about the food sufficiency and the need to import maize. And then there's the GMO issue. And if I may begin with the GMO issue, Mr. Speaker, it has been said in this House that what we should follow is scientific research and scientific findings. And that would be very attractive, Mr. Speaker. And members, quite eminent members, have said here that whenever there is a doubt on scientific findings, it is better to err on the side of safety. There is no need, when you know that there is a possibility that a substance is poisonous, that then you take a risk of taking it. And I have listened to one member who is the chairman of agriculture utter very, very scientific terminology. Unfortunately, I did not get an opportunity to say on a point of order that it was absolutely out of order to quote scientific findings without acknowledging who was the source. Everybody here who is talking about scientific findings has not quoted any scientists that I know about. Because today, we grow maize in Transmara. We grow a variety called 614. We grow very many other varieties. These varieties have been developed by scientists of Kenya. And they have been planting several variations of indigenous crop. In Kenya, we actually have a Kenya seed company that carefully and meticulously develops seed. But what is happening today is that we are being told that there is science that comes from the United States of America that says that GMO is safe. And this raises an issue. And first of all, we shouldn't actually be calling it GMO because it is not bringing it out clearly. This is genetically modified organisms, so that you don't lose the track of what we are saying. To start with, in the United States of America, maize is not a staple food. In fact, a substantial component of maize is consumed by animals. And if the scientists in America have found that GMO is safe, I don't know to what extent we can rely on that evidence when indeed we require maize to make ugali and sometimes to make our porridge or githeri. We want it for real life, not for our animals. So I would like to urge, Mr. Speaker, that we do not just plead science before we actually know who the scientists are. The European Union has legislation on genetically modified organisms. And the main purpose of that legislation is to protect humans, to protect animals, and to protect the environment. But in 2015, the European Union actually passed a law which allowed countries to make a choice as to whether they they should grow genetically modified foods. And many countries, Germany, Greece, Italy, Poland, and Scotland, elected not to grow GMO plants. However, the European Union has been importing from the United States soya beans, which are genetically modified. But this is purely for animal consumption. The developed countries, the main countries of the West, minus the United States, do not sing this GMO tune. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, that if we are relying on science, we had better rely on our own scientists. Otherwise, our scientists are sleeping on the job. They ought to come in front of everything else. And lastly, we should be hearing from the Ministry of Agriculture, not the Ministry of Trade, because this is not really just a trade affair. It is a matter for our food. I support.
The MP for Central Imenti, the Honorable Moses Kirima.
Speaker, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this very important motion which affects Kenyans. I thereby, Mr. Speaker, sir, support the motion as brought by my colleague on this animal called GMO. The importation of maize in this country is meant to alleviate the hunger and the starvation of many Kenyans in various parts of the country. And it was through the Minister for Trade, my friend Moses Kuria, who indicated in black and white that they are going to import GMO maize. We have no reason of why we are to doubt Moses Kuria that the maize they are going to import is GMO, because there is no other things which have been brought to the contrary to show that it's different maize, as it has been tried to be shown by the chairman of agriculture. He has come up with different terminologies as relates to this maize, but still it does not convince Kenyans that it's any different from the GMO maize which every Kenyan or every around person in Kenya is rooting against, because we have been informed that GMO is a genetic modified food, and that genetic modified food is not suitable for human consumption because it comes with some effects to the human health. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's common knowledge that Kenyans, most of the Kenyans these days, are spending their money on health matters, mainly cancer. If one is not affected, he is infected by the cancer problem. And we have been told that this scientific interference of the modern life has really contributed to these changes which takes place naturally, and they end up making people victims of cancer problem. And if you go to almost every family in Kenya now, people have been impoverished purely by this disease called cancer. And when this GMO comes to Kenya, it means that Kenyans are going to consume this maize, and when they consume this maize, it's going to make this problem of cancer rise up. Yes, we have maize in the Rift Valley region, which has just been harvested, and you have heard from other colleagues of mine here that they also are holding this maize even in their houses. But now, what is the government going to do to assist the farmers who have bump harvest in the northern Rift Valley to have this maize come out of the market, so that it's a good maize which has been grown up here in Kenya through the natural way, which has not been interfered with, and it is a maize which should be given to the market through the government, whereby the government is supposed to pay for this maize. Now, we have been hearing through the various members of the Department of Agriculture that America has been consuming GMO maize. Those who have traveled to America before, those who have learned about America, they know that in America, maize is animal feed. It's meant to be for animal feeding. It's used to make animal feeds in America. But now, what is being consumed there by animals in the Western world, mainly America, is coming here to be consumed by Kenyans. Even though we are desperate, we have a dignity to protect. Even though we have a problem, our Constitution, Article 24 up to 26, talk of dignified life. And this dignified life is only the government which can assist us to have this dignified life by having maize which is proper, especially the one which is grown in Kenya and especially in the Rift Valley, to be bought by the government to be distributed to the Kenyans. Otherwise, this motion as it is now, I support it because, sincerely, as it is now, if this maize is brought to Kenya, it's going to make Kenyans suffer. And by the way, it's just 2 days ago when we have been told that this maize is going to be imported. How comes that it is already at the port of Mombasa? It means that it was already a predetermined issue. What are you going to do with these cartels? We were fighting these cartels when we were saying that we want to change in this government. Does it mean that we inherited the same cartels who are still going on with, as they call it in government, is it state capture? No, Mr. Speaker. Lest this GMO maize not come to Kenya.
Mjumbe wa Likoni, Mheshimiwa Mishi Mboko.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata mimi nasimama kuunga mkono hoja hii ambayo imetolewa na Mheshimiwa mwenzangu. Kwa hakika sisi kama taifa tuna jukumu la kulinda afya ya Wakenya, na pia kuna jukumu ya kuangalia uchumi wa wakulima wa taifa letu la Kenya. Na kwanza nina masikitiko makubwa sana kwa matamshi ya waziri alipoongea na kusema ya kwamba iwapo Wakenya wamekuwa wakipata vifo kwa njia tofauti, basi kupata vifo kupitia vyakula hivi vya GMO hakuna tashwishi. Hayo ni matamshi ambayo ni aibu sana kwa yametoka kwa kiongozi ambaye ni waziri katika taifa la Kenya. Nataka nizungumzie ya kwamba katika taifa la Kenya tuna taasisi zetu za kisayansi, na taasisi yetu ya KEMRI kwa wakati mmoja waliweza kufanya utafiti na kuona ya kwamba vyakula hivi ambavyo vinatokana na njia ya GMO ni vyakula ambavyo vina athari katika maisha ya mwanadamu na pia athari katika maisha ya wanyama. Na vile vile pia tukiangalia nchi nyingine za Afrika na hata nchi zingine katika Europa, pia wameweza kupiga marufuku vyakula kama hivi, vikiwemo kama hayo mahindi ya GMO. Tukiangalia Ufaransa, tukiangalia Italy, tukiangalia Croatia, hizo ni nchi ambazo zimebobea ama ni nchi ambazo zimestawi sana, na pia wao hawakuweza kukubali vyakula kama hivyo. Vile vile hata hapa Afrika, Zimbabwe ni nchi ambayo imekuwa na ukame mkali sana, lakini hata hivyo hawakuweza kukubaliana na kuleta vyakula kama hivi kwa sababu waliangalia janga ambalo litaletwa na vyakula kama hivi. Na tukiangalia vyakula kama hivi katika utafiti wa wanasayansi vimesema vinaweza kuleta changamoto za kimazingira, zinaweza kuleta changamoto za kiafya kama kuleta maradhi ya saratani. Vile vile pia zinaweza kuleta mambo ile tunaita mzio. Mzio kwa wale ambao hawatafahamu ni allergies, ambapo mtu akiweza kutumia chakula chochote ikiwemo hiyo mahindi anaweza kupata madhara kama hayo. Vile vile nataka niweze kusema katika mambo haya GMO, hapo nyuma kuna watu ambao waliweza kutengeza mchele wa kawaida na kuongezea vitamini zaidi na kuita mchele wa dhahabu. Na mchele huu katika utafiti umeonyesha kwamba uliweza kufanya wale waliotumia kupata upofu na hata wengine kupoteza maisha. Na hizo zote ni mambo ambayo yameangaliwa na wanasayansi na ikatoa utafiti. Vile vile swali ni kujiuliza ya kwamba, je, ni mswada gani ama kwa Kiingereza bill, a clean bill, ambayo imeweza kutolewa kuthibitisha ya kwamba vyakula hivi ikiwemo hayo mahindi ambayo ni vya GMO vitakuwa havina madhara katika afya ya mwanadamu na pia madhara katika afya ya mnyama yoyote. Na tukiangalia utafiti wote ambao umetolewa, mwingi unasema ya kwamba vyakula hivi vina madhara, na si madhara tu ya sasa, lakini ni madhara ya kuendelea. Tukiangalia pia katika hali ya uchumi, wakulima wetu, tukiangalia sehemu za Kitale, tukiangalia sehemu za Bonde la Ufa ambao wana mvua na ni watu ambao wanalima mahindi kwa wingi sana, leo tuweze kuleta mahindi haya ambayo yametengezwa katika njia ya uhandisi jeni wa vyakula. Hiyo ndo tunatafsiri kwa Kiingereza GMO. Hawa wakulima wetu hawataweza kuangaliwa tena sana na serikali, na pia kutakuwa na uzembevu ama utepetea ambao watakuwa ni watu, na kwamba kuna mahindi mengine ambayo yanakuja ya rahisi, basi hatutakuwa na haja ya kuangalia wakulima hawa. Na sisi kama Wakenya lazima tuangalie njia za kuweza kukuza vyakula, tuangalie njia ya kunyunyiza maji ile tunaita irrigation, tuangalie njia ya kuweza kuhifadhi maji ambayo yamekuwa mengi kutokana na mvua, kutokana na mafuriko, tuweze kuyaweka pia visima, pia ile misara, na tuweze pia kuboresha wakulima wetu kwa kuwapatia mbolea na kuwapatia njia ya kuweza kupata mikopo ili tuweze kupata vyakula kama taifa la Kenya. Mimi nataka niseme, kama ingekuwa GMO ni chakula ama ni vyakula ambavyo havina shida, basi ulimwengu mzima hivi sasa ungekuwa hauna janga la njaa na ulimwengu mzima ungekuwa umekubali mambo hayo. Lakini ukiangalia nchi nyingi sana zimekataa jambo kama hili, na taasisi nyingi za utafiti wa kisayansi zimekataa vyakula hivi. Hata ukiangalia chakula chenye, hata ukiona, hata ukienda kule sehemu za Amerika, ukiweza kupata tomato na uiangalie tomato hiyo na tomato ambayo
hata utamu sio sawa. Kiswahili sanifu kutoka jimbo la Mombasa. Tuwe na Mheshimiwa Mark Mwenje, mjumbe wa Embakasi West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think this matter is a bipartisan issue, and I thank the House for coming to a consensus for us to debate this matter. Honorable Speaker, my points are few. I don't want to take much time. I believe the first issue, Honorable Speaker, is that GMOs present a threat to our local farmers. And Honorable Speaker, I find it strange that even the members from Rift Valley would agree to importation of GMOs knowing they would be the biggest casualties in such an issue. I also wonder, why would we be adding more fertilizer to farmers if we are bringing in GMOs? Clearly, there is some confusion being brought forth by the government. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the issue of substandard food has been alive in this country. During the COVID period, Honorable Speaker, we had rice that was being boiled for about 2 hours. This rice was distributed in my constituency. I saw it myself, and very many people rejected it. This is a risk that we cannot accept, Honorable Speaker. The third issue, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of health. As has been stated by very many of my colleagues, there is the issue of cancer and other diseases, other chronic diseases that could come as a result of this GMO. We need to remember the costs of health in this country, the cost of treating cancer in this country. And this must be at the forefront of our government when we are talking about importation of GMOs. We have inadequate healthcare, especially here in Nairobi. As members, we are always contributing to Harambes to assist our constituents. And the issue of cancer is alive in this country. And therefore, we even talk about food that you microwave, that apparently it's not good. If we've gotten to that level, then we cannot ignore the science behind GMOs and what we've learned from the first world countries. Honorable Speaker, if we must import, and this is my final point, if we must import GMO, and the only reason would be to stave off hunger, it should only be a temporary solution if it must be done. And it's not that I'm saying it should be done, but if it must be done, we must stick to the standards that exist in Europe. If you walk into a shop in the United Kingdom, in the United States, in France, you can clearly see on the shelves which food is marked GMO and which one is what they would call organic. It's very clear. Are we going to give Kenyans these options? I highly doubt it. But if we must import, this must be a condition. Secondly, there must be the science behind each and every GMO product imported into this country. That is something that we cannot take for granted because we've seen the adverse effects of GMO foods in other countries. The science behind it is there. So we cannot ignore this issue. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion and kindly, we need this government, and more so the Minister of Trade, because he's a friend, he's a former colleague of this House, a politician. His statements that everyone dies is so reckless. And it even gives us the notion that he himself accepts that GMO food is unfit for human consumption. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you, and I support.
For Dr. Christine Ombaka, MP for Siaya County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I've waited for so long. Finally, I've got an opportunity. I want to contribute to this. One, GMO, when you mention the name GMO, you start feeling scared. You feel worried that something is wrong. It's not a very welcoming name because people associate it with diseases that it brings along with the food that is made out of it. Yesterday, I was watching television and people were talking about GMO food, and the Kenyan people who responded yesterday were all crying and wondering, are we going to die? Everybody associates it with death, and it has been proved by scientists that GMO is associated with cancer. That's what the people know. So you may import millions and millions of maize, but will it be bought? Because people are afraid to buy what will kill them. I want to ask this country to take care of Kenyans. Kenyans are starving and dying. But that is not a reason for importing poisonous food. We cannot continue to kill Kenyans. Let us die naturally. But let us not die because of hands of man. That somebody has imported maize that is dangerous, that is unhealthy, that is killing, and then Kenyans are going to die. We have a very poor system of health. Cancer is a disease that has defeated this country from managing or treating. It's not easy to treat. It's a long-term disease. It's a very expensive disease to treat. And those that have it travel abroad if they can afford it. Majority of people are so poor that they die in the villages with this disease. If you're bringing food that is going to spread cancer on top of cancer, are we not going to create genocide in this country? How many people are going to die in a year, in the next few months? We are going to have massive death in this country as a result of GMO. So for me, This cannot go on. We cannot allow this. Kenya has imported maize before. It was never associated with GMO. Kenya imported yellow maize. Do we have an opportunity to do that? If we are dying of food, at least let's go for yellow maize. It was safer, people ate it, and we never saw that kind of death. But if we continue with GMO, we are killing Kenya. Kenya citizens are going to perish because GMO is being imported without checking the dangers of it. The English people say, hurry, hurry has no blessing. You lift a ban and you import straight away. You don't listen to scientists. Let us listen to the scientists. They have a story to tell. They have something to tell us about our health and the way to care. If they have dismissed GMO, who are we who are not scientists to challenge that? If other countries has banned GMO food, countries and countries have banned it. They're afraid of it. It's dangerous for their citizens. Kenya is so brave. Kenya is sticking its head to be killed by GMO. I think let us be careful, let us be serious, let's protect Kenya. We cannot afford to import GMO food. It is dangerous for us. We cannot allow ourselves to die so early. Thank you, and I support this bill.
Mjumbe wa jimbo la Mombasa, Mheshimiwa Zamza Mchimba.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Kwanza niweze kumpongeza Mheshimiwa Kirwa kwa mjadala huu wa leo. Inatamausha sana na inasikitisha hali za wakulima zilivyo kule mashinani. Ni mwaka juzi tu wakulima wamekuwa wakilia wakisema wana vyakula ndani ya magala yao, lakini vyakula vinaozea kule. Mimi ningependa kumwambia waziri wa ukulima, ni wakati ufungue macho, ni wakati uangalie Kenya na Wakenya, ni wakati uweke msimamo thabiti kuangalia kuwa Wakenya wanapata chakula, na chakula hichi kinachovunwa sehemu zingine za taifa kinaweza kusambaa Kenya nzima. Nikirudi upande wa vyakula vya uhandisi wa jeni, hivi vyakula vinatolewa na saba yake ya asilia, yani ile DNA yake ya mwanzo ambayo imeumbwa na Mwenyezi Mungu, vinatolewa mara viongezwa bakteria hii, viongezwa bakteria na virusi vingine ili kuweza kuviboresha vyakula hivi. Na mimi toka wiki jana nasikitika nikisema watu wangu wa Mombasa County wengi wameathirika na magonjwa ya kansa. Na inasikitika serikali ni juzi tu wameweza kutoa mbolea kutoka Russia, wakati waahidi kuwa wataweza kuboresha ukulima, watapatia wakulima mbegu. Leo hii juzi na jana wameondoa yale marufuku ya kuweza kuleta vyakula vya GMO Kenya. Tunaambiwa tayari bandari liko tayari na maize na mahindi ndani ya magala yale yanangoja kupatia Wakenya. Mimi nasikitika sana na serikali hino. Na mimi napenda kumwambia rais, Wakenya wamekuamini wakakupa kiti hichi katika taifa hili. Mimi naomba fikiria Wakenya kama ulivyo Mkenya. Vyakula hivi ikiwa vitawaua watu waliokupigia kura, basi itakuwa uongozi wako umefeli. Na mimi ningependa kumwambia rais, kuna wakati nakumbuka akiwaeleza wakulima kuwa waweze kupanda avocado. Sijui kama ndio ilikuwa mbinu ya kuweza kupindua ili tuweze kuletea vyakula hivi, na waza tu kwa sauti. Lakini masikitiko yangu ni kuwa rais unawafeli Wakenya. Wakenya wakati huu wanahangaika na mifuko yao hakuna kitu. Wanahangaika na akili zao kwa maradhi yanayowakumba. Leo hii tunawaletea vyakula vitakavyowamaliza kabisa, waweze kufelea mbali kutoka katika taifa hili. Mimi ningependa kuzungumza na kusema, Wakenya, vyakula hivi vitakuja, na ukiona mbiu ya mgambo inalia jueni kuna jambo. Mimi ningependa kuwashauri kama mama Zamza, mama kaunti ya Mombasa, ikiwa kwa njia yoyote vyakula hivi vitakuja, basi susieni msile. Susieni hata wakulima vile vyenu mlivyopanda, jitoeni kimasomaso mweze kusambazia wenzenu. Ganze watu wanakufa njaa, Tana River watu wanakufa njaa, lakini magala yamejaa na mahindi. Na hapa mbunge amesema hata na mahindi karibu kilo 1500 katika gala lake, na hajui apeleke wapi. Wakati Ganze kuna njaa, na itwaje kule Rift Valley, na kule North Eastern kuna njaa, watu wanakufa Kenya kwa njaa. Mimi nataka niulize serikali hii na waziri wa ukulima, umeelekeza wapi wana Kenya? Umeelekeza wapi wana Kenya ikiwa kuna chakula na wengine wanakufa njaa? Leo hii mwaja kutuambia sisi tupitishe vyakula vya GMO. Hatuwezi haswa kupitisha katika bunge hili. Na mimi nalipinga na namuunga mkono huyu mheshimiwa Kirwa. Hili haliwezekani katika taifa hili. Tuweze kutoa maji, tupeleke sehemu ambazo zimekauka, tuwape mbolea, tuwape mbegu, sehemu hizi tuweze kupanda vyakula. Kenya iwe huru. Ikiwa dudu hawezi kula chakula cha GMO, hapo jua kuna hatari, manake dudu atakuelekeza kama kitu kizuri ama ni kibaya. Hata wanasayansi leo wamekuwa na hofu ya kusema, kwa sababu wanajua hawezi kupata funds, hawezi kutuambia ukweli, wameficha ukweli, wanasikitika kimoyomoyo. Lakini naomba wanasayansi wa taifa hili, jitoweni kimasomaso muokoe taifa hili. Asante sana Bwana Spika, naunga mjadala huu. Asante sana.
Mjumbe wa Starehe.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this motion. Because I, being a member of Starehe constituency, which is in Nairobi County, I feel the issue about GMO directly affects us because, as you know, Nairobi don't do farming. But we consume the highest amount of foods that come into this country. We dependent on the up-country food basins that supply us with food. But now with the introduction of GMO, I think we are the people who stand to suffer the most. Because currently we have a food shortage in Nairobi as a whole, and in Starehe, in the slum dwelling areas. And these people are people who depend on food. They just eat anything because some of them cannot even afford a meal a day. So when faced with a challenge where they are provided with cheaper food, either it's poisonous or its safety standards are not up to where they're supposed to be, these people will willingly consume this food because they don't have an option. Like a one-time minister said, it will be like raping a woman who is too willing. I say I highly object this, because if you are to give us an option of this cheap GMO food, we'll be forced to consume it because of the scarcity we have. And we are going to be the most affected. And currently we are suffering lifestyle diseases because in Nairobi, you understand, even the health systems regimes where people get time to exercise, people can do some farming, do some exercises in the village. In Nairobi, life is so constricted. We're living in a hand-to-mouth economy where you only get time to work for what you eat. And you only get time, you're ever working from 8 to 5 on a daily, and others even do more hours. So even our lifestyles are not that good. And given that we are going to introduce GMO to these people, I can only imagine the devastating effect it will have on the populace of Nairobians. As you can see, already there are people struggling with these lifestyle diseases. The issue of cancer has been very emotive in Nairobi. We are losing people by the day. And even the thought of introducing GMO, which is associated with cancers, it is so sickening to the ear. Because like for the last 1 week, I've lost 2 patients to cancer. People who've lost their lives in a way that is very painful. So when you mention introducing a food that is associated with enhancing cancer, I don't think it sounds too well in the society. I think on the issue of importing maize, that is GMO maize, I think that's the most retrogressive idea we'd have as a country. We have swathes of land where people can do irrigation and plant maize which can sustain this country. We had a project that was called Galana Kulalu, where Israeli scientists had proposed that if we were to grow maize in that area, we would be able to sustain our country. in terms of in terms of food production. I don't know where those progressive ideas have gone to. I don't understand why this government came into power on the promise of subsidizing production. And if the true spirit of subsidizing production was put into reality, we'd have such projects being reinvigorated as of now so that we can be able to face this issue of food shortage. To imagine that we are supposed to be importing the staple food in our country, and we are talking about going the manufacturing way, we really have our priorities all wrong. I think before we go to manufacturing, we should be able to sustain ourselves in matters of food production and food security in this country before we even think of going to the other level of manufacturing in this country. I stand to support the motion by Mr. Kirwa to safeguard our farmers, and I stand to support the motion against GMOs in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
MP for West Mugirango, the Honorable Stephen Mugaka.
As always, Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for giving me a chance to make a contribution to this motion. I thank Honorable Kirwa, my counterpart from Rift Valley, for bringing this motion. And I support and support and support. Mr. Speaker, I was almost sweating when I listened to the chair of the Agriculture Committee dropping bombastic terminologies here in defense of GMO. And Google, who never lies, tells me that genetic engineering causes, among other things, toxicity, allergic reactions, antibiotic resistance, cancer, loss of nutrition. They are all here. And then a member comes and lies to the whole world that science has proven that genetic engineering has any value to give to this GMO. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the Kenyan farmers. I am proud to be in the 13th Parliament that has in unison condemned the unilateral lifting of the ban on GMO and insist that we need to progress in this Parliament to bring a bill that actually slaps a statutory ban on importation of GMO products into this republic. Because we have created institutions that have done substantive research. Kenya Seed Company has done research and has given us Katumani maize, which does very well in Ukambani region. Uasin Gishu, Trans Nzoia, and Gusii are known to be the food baskets of this republic. How can any government that means well for its farmers import maize on the eve of harvesting by our farmers in the Rift Valley? This is economic sabotage. Even if you want to dump foreign maize in this republic so that Kenyan farmers don't fetch a good price in the market, this is not the way to do it. And I stand lamenting that only last week, Mr. Speaker, we were debating here on a possible ban on pesticides. These GMO things are, sprayed with pesticide left, right, and center. And this is what interferes with our water sources and breeds cancer in this republic. Biosafety and biosecurity is a key thing that informed the ban on GMOs 10 years ago. I take exception that the executive could unilaterally lift a ban, expose the entire country to such risk when it was so easy for the Agriculture Committee or the relevant leader of majority bringing a motion to Parliament so that we debate and agree as a country whether or not to lift a ban on GMO. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with patients raising money to pay bills because of people contracting conditions that are known in Africa. Africa has enough land, Africa has enough soil, Africa has enough scientists. to do research and give us the best possible variety of foods. In any case, Mr. Speaker, Kenya is a signatory to the Africa Free Trade Agreement. Why are we importing maize from far yonder when we can get this maize from our neighbors? Are we then serious to be members of the East African community? I support this motion. We should have no GMO within the borders of this republic. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Joseph Oyula, MP for Butula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice to this motion. I want to thank Mheshimiwa who brought up this motion because it is timely. Mr. Speaker, the government of Kenya wants to cheat the Kenyans. The government knows very well that it is supposed to provide funds to NCPB, who will buy maize from the farmers and then get the maize in the market. Farmers are still stocking maize. In fact, as we speak now, Mr. Speaker, the crop of 2021 is still in the stores. It's only now that some farmers have started disposing of that crop. If that crop is still in the stores of farmers, Mr. Speaker, why can't the government get the money that it's using to import this GMO food from outside and buy that maize and supply to the people who are hit by drought in this country? Mr. Speaker, people will look at Kenya as a very different country, doing things that are not expected. We cannot be leaving our maize to rot in stores and go and buy maize from elsewhere and come and feed our people with GMO food. GMO food is going to cause a lot of harm to our people, as it has been mentioned, Mr. Speaker. We are going to have so many funerals. We are going to spend a lot of money, and our health facilities are not all that good. So let the government look at the most appropriate way of handling food shortage, if there is any, in this country. Let us fund farmers appropriately. Let us ensure that the farm produce is sold by the farmers at a reasonable price. That will encourage farming and will have a lot of maize in this country. Mr. Speaker, if we continue looking outside and importing food that is going to kill our people, I think we will not be doing the right thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this motion and ask our government to make sure that that maize is not brought into this country, and that maize is going to cause a lot of problems for we politicians, and we ensure that we do the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Lilian Sioi, in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to support this motion. And I want to congratulate Mr. Kirwa. I'm an MP from Trans Nzoia County, and I want to say that Trans Nzoia is a county that is the largest producer of maize. I don't think we've reached to a level of importing maize, because farmers from Trans Nzoia still have plenty of maize and it has not been bought. So when we go to import maize, that means we've already consumed what we have. We are killing our farmers by doing this, because we cannot import maize and we want to say that we are promoting farmers. If at all we cannot provide, Mr. Speaker, we cannot give them a platform to sell their maize, we are the ones that are going to kill this sector of farming. And I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that I'm surprised the CS had to make this decision by himself, which is a very big decision that he did, without even inquiring from the committee
of agriculture. Our members from agriculture don't understand what is going on, and I want to say that we are blaming them for something that they are totally innocent. The importation of maize, Mr. Speaker, I want to say is illegal, and the maize that has already been brought in that has been shipped in, we want to say that we want to see that maize not being supplied in our country, because our farmers will not be able to sell the maize. They will lack the market to sell our maize, and again, the maize that has been brought in is going to kill the price, bearing in mind that, Mr. Speaker, the input this year was very expensive. If at all we don't give them a platform to sell their maize, then we will have the same next year. People will shy off from farming, and from there, we will continue importing maize, which will be killing the sector of agriculture in our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this motion, and I want to say that the GMO maize that has been imported should be stopped with immediate effect. Thank you so much.
Honorable Marwa Kitayama, are you on point of order?
Mheshimiwa Spika, na kushukuru kwa nafasi hii. Mimi sitasema kwamba nina ufahamu wa GMO, hiyo sayansi mimi sifahamu, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini mimi najua kwamba wakulima wetu wengi sana katika maeneo ya nchi hii wako na chakula, wamelima, wana mahindi na vyakula vya aina tofauti tofauti vimejaa katika bagala hayo. Wanatafuta sehemu tu ya kuuza. Maeneo ambayo ninatoka mimi, KURIA'S na KURIA'S na maeneo hayo ya Kilgoris, maeneo yale ya Ngata Baragoi na maeneo mengine ya Nyamaiya na kwingineko, mahindi yamejaa katika mashamba sasa hivi. Tuko karibu kuvuna mahindi. Itakuwa ni jambo la ajabu sana, Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa tutapata kwamba serikali hii badala ya kungojea tu siku 2-3 waweze kupata mavuno haya, wakulima wanapigwa na sasa na ile mshangao kwamba tayari kuna mahindi yamekuja katika bandari ya Mombasa yakingoja kuingia katika nchi, na sisi wote tunajua ikifanyika hivyo basi mahindi ya mkulima yatakuwa kwamba hayataweza kununuliwa. Kwa hivyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nasimama kuunga mkono Mheshimiwa mwenzangu ambaye ameleta mswada huu. Tatizo hata sio GMO, tatizo ni tabia mbaya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, tabia mbaya haina tiba, ni tabia mbaya tu. Serikali hii inahitaji kutoka katika mkondo ule ambaye serikali zilizopita ilikuwa inafanya, tabia mbaya kumdhulumu mkulima na mwananchi wa kawaida.
Honorable Kitayama, it was an adjournment motion. No, you've been cut short, but the business of Parliament is prescribed in time. Honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned to tomorrow, Wednesday, 23rd November 2022, at 9:30 a.m.
There will also be a committee of the